everyone, and welcome, including those who are watching via the live stream. It's 10 a.m. and it's time for me to open this morning's hearing session into the examination of the Rural Borough of Kensington Chelsea's local plan. For those who've not met me before, I'm Louise Mercer. I'm the Planning Inspector and I've been appointed by the Secretary of State. Just be aware that the toilets are on this floor. There's no fire alarm planned. If there is a fire alarm, we're to follow the council, who will lead us to safety upstairs. The council very kindly put on coffee, which will be, my understanding, is in the council chamber. Is that?
That's right.
In the council chamber, so helps after that. There's been changes to today's hearing programme. So I'm undertaking the state renewal and our specialist housing this afternoon. I'm sure Dr. Ruston, you're aware of the protocol, but I'm not sure whether your colleague here is. If you wish to speak, can you put the telephone up and I'll know when to talk. And can you also use the microphone? The microphone is set so that if you press it, it will, the camera will come look at you. Have we not started? Excuse me, have we not started speaking?
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
Okay. If you press the button, the camera comes on you and the microphone comes on you. So it's important to turn it off, otherwise you'll be sort of permanently on mute. Okay. So if we can start, please. Question 64. Is a plan clear as to the identified need for additional pitches, including people not meeting the definition in the PPTS, yet who require provision of sites, as well as transit sites for gypsies and travellers and trying to show people? Obviously, Dr. Ruston says that it isn't, but I'd just like to query the council in terms of taking into account the needs of people who don't meet the PPTS definition. The council seems to just sort of discounted anyone who doesn't. Is that an appropriate approach?
And so the needs assessment, what it actually does is it identifies a need and then it applies the PPTS definition. So we haven't discounted it. So that's the approach that was taken. So it does actually set out a need, but then it applies the planning policy for traveller sites definition to it. And the respondents to the survey didn't fall within the definition.
So the next bit of my question is how the needs of different travelling groups being met. So culturally you could identify as being a gypsy or traveller, and you have a need to live in a caravan. I mean, that's the way you want to live your life, is to live in a caravan. But the council doesn't seem to make any provision for that. Is that an appropriate approach?
I think we accept that when we're looking at the guitar and the need.
Sorry, can you make sure? Hearing you say.
Sorry. When we. Yeah, perhaps we need to.
Can I also ask? I'm not clear on who I'm
Sorry.
speaking to. I'm so sorry.
Sorry, no, it's fine. I
Not to know
apologise.
who's here and what their roles are.
Yes, I should have asked
Thank you,
Mr. Wade to introduce himself. But so much point him introducing himself, we can't actually hear him.
Yes.
So can you come on here?
Yes, my name's Mr. Jonathan Wade. I'm head of spatial planning at Kensington Chelsea. So I think we acknowledge that the survey we've done, I don't think we have taken that need into account. I think partly because I suppose we're looking at it in terms of the capacity that we have at the moment. I think moving forward on this, we would acknowledge we would like a discussion on this and how we move forward with it. So I'm putting that out there now. So I would welcome the discussion on that. The Gitana obviously concludes 0 pitches. I think it was done properly. The survey was done properly, but I do acknowledge that I think there may have been difficulties at the time about how that survey was done. So I will say that the council will be amenable to look at how we might move forward with it. The Gitana, I think, was done properly. I'm going to make that very clear. But I think we would be amenable after discussion to look to see if we could look at the latest evidence that might be coming forward on it.
Sorry, just to be clear, so are you really saying that you want to go off and write new policy?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the policy as it exists we think is sound, but we're happy to have a discussion about the evidence base and looking at we can run through the Gitana and how we did it, because we've done it properly as far as we're concerned. But all I'm really saying is we are looking that there will be further evidence that may come forward that we would take into account.
Sorry, I'm just trying to clarify where you're coming from. If you think that the evidence isn't justified, I'm sort of, we're all wasting our time here, aren't we? Really, if you want to, I mean.
The evidence is justified, and the evidence.
No, sorry, just let me finish. Sorry, Mr. Wade. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud, but it's helpful to fit in this situation. If you're saying that really you want to use this hearing session as a discussion so you can get better evidence, if that's the case, then it'd be better for you to have that discussion outside of the hearing, and then we could use our time more productively. I mean, I think it may be that I could productively use my time to consider the wording of the policy, because I think the wording of the policy to some extent is quite universal, isn't it? It's something that, whether it meets the various tests of soundness and whether the various criteria should remain within the policy. But in terms of the actual evidence base and whether that then needs you needing to identify another site, that is perhaps something to go outside of the hearing session. But saying that, I'd be interested to know about this other site, because, we're going to go completely off piste of the agenda, but I think given what Mr. Wade has said, I think it's a sensible approach. Dr. Ruston.
Yes, just a couple of reflections. I understand that Mr. Wade's quite keen to defend the accommodation assessment. However, I think what he's alluding to is the London Plan Gypsum Travel Accommodation Assessment. Now, it may be, I've suggested what I hope to be a pragmatic compromise in this situation, which is to use the figure of 9 for the time being, whilst the London Plan Accommodation Assessment is awaited. Now, that removes the need to delve into every single paragraph of the accommodation assessment and our disagreements about that. But the question I would have for you, Mum, is whether A, who's doing the accommodation assessment for the London plan, and B, when it is due. Because I think that might be a pragmatic way of shortcutting this particular issue.
Mr. Wade,
Yes, I mean, I think you're right. That's I think, from our point of view, a pragmatic and sensible way forward. I think the assessment was done properly, but
sorry, I can't hear you again. Would you mind just talking on the phone? Yeah.
Yes, as Dr. Ruston has said, I think the council would accept that would be a pragmatic and sensible way forward. As I understand it, the draft will be published in September, and the final assessment may be coming out at the end of the year. The council would be amenable to obviously acknowledge that assessment and take into account the additional need for pitches moving forward. So as I've said, I think that would be a sensible way forward. I'm not here to say that the way that the survey was carried out was wrong, but I think there were a number of difficulties at the time, I think, when the survey was undertaken. And I'm just offering I think, a pragmatic and sensible way forward, because I don't really want to sit here all morning and argue something when I don't feel, if I was honest, that perhaps what I'm trying to argue would be fair or appropriate. So I'm not acknowledging for a minute that the council didn't do the survey
Yeah,
with best ability.
I understand that,
Yes.
Mr. Wade. I think you've got that noted. It's
Yeah.
noted that you think it's a fine survey, but circumstances may have altered cases.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So the way forward, can you just clarify it for me? The way forward in terms of the survey is to use the 9 figure, which is in the London plan, is that right?
Yes.
As your requirement, pending London-wide approach.
Yes.
Okay, that then leads to the fact that obviously you haven't got 9 pictures on Stable Way, so
It's
what happens then?
It's a joint need study with Hammersmith and Fulham.
But Stable Way is the one for Hammersmith and Fulham, isn't it? You're not going to.
No, we will bring, and as I said, we brought forward. I think if we look at the wording of the existing Madam Inspector, because there is a paragraph there that talks about need in the adopted plan.
In the doc, we're looking at this one.
Yes, I know, but I'm just giving the paragraph in the previous adopted plan said the Joint Gypsy and Travel Accommodation Needs Assessment 2016 concluded that there will be a requirement for 3 additional pitches between 2015 and 2020 and 9 in total across RBKC and LBHF between 2015 and 2030. So I think what we're concluding from that is this: we clearly have got a capacity issue at Stable Way site, and obviously there's the triangle piece of that which we will be working towards bringing that forward. I think it could accommodate capacity of 3 pitches on that land, but clearly.
Can I speak on those?
Sorry, can I just Mr. Wade to
Yeah.
finish?
But clearly, additional capacity beyond that would, as I said, this is a joint needs assessment with Hammersmith and Fulham. And I think any additional capacity that we would have to look towards Hammersmith and Fulham as to meeting those needs. If they were identified, I mean, at the moment, we've accepted the GLA need. Obviously, that may be refined further, so we'll wait and see what that actually says.
Okay, I'm very thankful to Mr Wade for that agreement with regard to the first issue that I had on my list, because I rather anticipated we might have spent longer on that. So I think that's a very helpful and pragmatic way forward that sort of meets both sides, and both sides can have their reasons for that way forward, and it works for everyone. With regard to how that need is met, we have the triangle piece of land, which I understand is subject to negotiations. There is also the land to the south of the Stable Way, which I believe was identified in the. You'll have to perhaps assist me with when that study was. It was a number of years ago now, wasn't it?
Sorry, can I stop you? But none of these have actually are allocated, and have any of these been brought through the call sites, or so they've got no status whatsoever in the local plan.
No, they don't have any. I mean, we are continuing negotiations and discussions on the triangle site, but no other sites, but it's not allocated in the plan.
I mean, that's rather my point, is that they need to be the subject of allocations. Mr O'Donnell sat next to me is the gentleman who is part of those negotiations, and they haven't occurred for some time now in his experience. However, we say, that there's not only the triangle, there's the land to the south of Stable Way, which was identified in the council's own assessment that could be used. There's riding centre land, and I also understand that the tenant of the L&N recovery site, which is immediately adjacent to the Stable Way, would be amenable to ending his tenancy, subject to negotiation, in order to facilitate more pitches. And I've put it quite plainly in my evidence, but I'm not sure that the plan could really proceed and be sound unless these allocations are made. Because I don't think that it could be the confidence that they will come forward, given the difficulties that have happened in however many years. And certainly Mr O'Donnell was telling me this morning how many meetings he's been to in these buildings in order to address this issue. So we would invite you to request that the council propose these pieces of land as allocations. Then you can have confidence that the unmet need will be met.
Were I to go forward with that approach, it would be up to, I couldn't just ask the council to allocate my land.
I
But any land,
request.
I mean, the council would have to go off and see if there was any land suitable if I decided that land was required. So, does Mr Wade want to come back on that?
Yes, very quickly. I mean, the big problem with that is that we, as a council, we do not own or control that land. So we're relying on a third party that hasn't come forward at the moment to site allocation to be willing to allocate that land, and that is the issue. I think we'd also have to look at the suitability. I mean, we talked to land to the south of the existing site. I've seen some photos of it. It seems to be land that's not actually level. It's part of it looks like it's sort of a small embankment going up to the existing, the West Cross route. So in terms of its suitability, it would have to have substantial changes in level to make it. So if you look at a Google map, it looks, I would agree, it looks like it's an open piece of land. But when you actually look at it in reality, it's not suitable. So we would have problems with that. I think in terms of suitability, I think we acknowledge the triangular site could come forward, but as I've said, unfortunately it's not within our remit to bring that site forward. I think what we certainly would be doing as a council is continuing those discussions. I think it's the Westway Trust that controls the land, with a longer term aim, which we've had for some time, to bring that particular site forward. But I think the other sites, as I've said, would be difficult. But I think the main problem here is that we simply don't own the land.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry,
Mr.
Mr. O'Donnell, what would you like to say?
Hi, try and piece of ground on the gentleman's occupying that. Yeah, the Westway Development Trust on, I've had this discussion with them and the council. It is down to the council because the triangle piece is the lease to the council. Everything there. And when you talk about where Luke is heading in recovery, and Luke was ready to move off, and for the council to sit down with Westway to go ahead about the extra pitches, rather than, which we done all the footwork for the council. We went around and they want us to find little plots of land where they could put pitches. We went around, you got Sainsbury's, you got one with Scrubs, we've done all of that. Never came of this. So basically we're just going around and around. We've been here before, we've done all of this. We found plots of land for maybe 2 or 3 pitches and never came of it. Now we got to find out from Westway that them guys were Luke and all them were meant to be moving off. That was 5-year plan they had. And then it was down to the council to sit with Westway to see where we could go with that about getting the extra pitches. Where we would not be going into other communities and setting up a traveller's site. That site, everybody knows, has been there for over 40 years, since the 70s. There's not everybody, our kids, our grandkids, they're all part of the community now. Some of my nephews are they're married into the settled community. It's part of it. They're not instead of us getting up and moving someplace else where you just look at it as outsiders. That's all I've got to say on that.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Donnell. Thank you. Clearly, it's a decision I have to make whether I recommend that as a main modification for or if I ask the council to do further work, as in to find a site. And it's something that I have to consider, having heard what Mr. Wade has to say. What I can do though is now look at the actual wording of the policy, which is before me. Which I'm going to go through that now. On this case, I think I'm just going to go through the policy line by line. I think that might be the easiest way. Sort of criterion A is very much a statement of intent rather than a policy, I would suggest.
So I'm just bringing it up on my computer.
Okay, so let me
Sorry. So it's CD101 is the version, isn't it? It's just on the same version. Thank you.
So, section A sort of talks about how the council will work together, which is more a statement of intent rather than one policy council. So I'd be interested to understand how it could be made more as a policy rather than a statement of intent.
Just going back to the previous version, well, the adopted version, it's got exactly the same, similar wording, essentially. So there is a question about whether this close working has happened, and I expect what might be suggested is that there will be a commitment to look at site allocations or something like that. But I would be concerned that these allocations wouldn't come forward unless they're actually in stone in the plan. I'm sorry to repeat myself on that point. I'm trying to provide it enough really.
Mr. Wade?
I'm okay. I acknowledge that the policy is more the statement of intent than the policy. I think we will have to go away and reword it as the identified need for pitches. But clearly that figure at the moment we're taking as 9, but as I said, you know, clearly we need to review that. So I think we need to get to a point somehow where the policy is less a statement of intent and more the identified need for pitches, though it might not say what the figure might be at this stage, and then actually perhaps run through that those pitches will be subject to the policy criteria that we've identified here. That would be less of a statement of intent and more of a policy. So I think that's the way we will approach it. I think we have to go away and think of some wording for that, really.
I mean, clearly, there's unmet need for pitches within the borough. If the site were, I mean, it's irrespective of whether we intend to identify a site, the big site, you still need to judge it. And if you're going to be, I mean, I would obviously the obvious thing for you to do is go off and talk to Ruston outside of this hearing session, because I think I'm going to be able to give you to make a quite a serious main modification in that respect. But I do think we just need to sort of put down a marker about the use of the site would have an acceptable effect on the safety of the immunity of occupiers of adjoining land. I mean that. I know reference has been made to BTTS, but that, if you look at the context of that, it actually relates to the safety of occupiers in a mixed industrial area, and rather implies that you're worrying about how people are going to be, the people who are occupying the site, their safety, rather than the fact, as written, it rather implies that the occupants may actually be a source of what's the opposite of safety? Harm. And I mean that's clearly not appropriate. And obviously in terms of immunity, yes, it has to be related to immunity. I've been told that everywhere in the borough's got lots of access to education, health, welfare and employment, but I would have thought that's just a standard criterion. And obviously flooding, so it's fundamentally it's criteria that you would use for any other form of housing development. It's just it's specifically relating to digitizing travel accommodation. Preston?
Yes, you rather made my point for me with regard to the safety criteria in reference to BPTS. I've never seen a criteria like that in a local plan in however many years of doing gypsy work. But I was, as you would have seen from my statement, I'm rather of the view that the physical and social infrastructure criteria is just not necessary given you're in inner London, and you can pretty much walk to everything from anywhere.
In terms of the potential audit of the site, the mayor obviously Thursday, has how does pollution, in terms, if this was any other form of house, would you allow it to be built where that the site is? I mean, I don't probably actually want you to answer that one, because, but it's, how would, I suppose it's for Mr. O'Donnell really, isn't it? The site is very noisy, isn't it? And it's built up the west way under it, but your community is
You know, as I said, it's been
integrated
there for,
into the community.
yeah, it's been there for over 40 years, and it's, I said, everything is within walking distance. School, shops, doctors, everything. You know, and it's, basically it is our home. And it's, we've had before with, about the pollution level. It's a thing that surveyed on way back, and there's no difference in the pollution level there on the site and someone living on the 406. So,
Yes, when I first went to visit the site about a month ago, I had the same thought about the noise environment, the air quality environment. But my reflection is actually it's no different than a great number of people who live next to main roads in central London locations, or inner London locations. Furthermore, air quality will be improved by London-wide measures in any event. And my final reflection on it was actually I've been on a lot worse sites for noise, believe it or not. The way the road sits above the site isn't much of an issue as I had anticipated when I was there. I was quite surprised, if I'm honest.
Lastly, my understanding was that Mr. O'Donnell wanted me to do a site visit. Do you still want me to do a site visit on the basis that I've, as part of my preliminary site visits prior to the hearing sessions opening, and obviously I've been doing my preparation, being going Ruthway, and I've actually walked down the road that leads to the site. On the basis of the approach that's been put forward, do you still think that's necessary for me? To have a site visit? I mean, I'm willing to have a site visit.
yeah, we'd love you to come down and visit and see. You know, so
You'd
it's-
like me to have a
Yeah,
site
as I did you said about the pollution and the noise level. No, it's obvious. It's no difference than any busy for people living
Okay,
on a busy road.
okay. If you'd like me to have a site visit, I will liaise with the programme officer and somebody from the council will attend as well. It won't now be till August because the programmes do that. But just to recap, Mr. Wade, could you recap as to what you've kindly suggested is the way forward?
So the way forward will be that we will look at the evidence base. I'm very happy to discuss it with Dr. Ruston outside the examination. We will identify and name the evidence base that is coming forward. At the moment, I think the 9 pitches is being identified. We will acknowledge that the figure, we will take into account the figure that will come forward through the London-wide Gypsy and Travellers survey. The policy itself will be reworded into a policy rather than a statement of intent, dealing with the pitches when they come forward and the criteria outlined. Very happy to accept the physical and social infrastructure being deleted. It was made in an honest way, I think, but I understand totally the implications, so it wasn't meant in any way like that. So we can remove that. If we're happy to remove, I think it's a decision for you, Madam Inspector, whether you want to keep the reference to supported by adequate physical and social infrastructure. I think the point that you made is possibly no different from anywhere else in the borough. Again, I think we were trying to just flag that up to just make sure that, you know, that any pitches coming forward were very accessible, but I understand that I don't think need is necessarily required. So again, if we don't need that, very happy to take that out.
Also, in terms of the way at the moment the policy is written to exclude anyone other than people meeting with PTT. Let's go over it before we move this PT. Yes, yeah, too many.
PPTS.
Yes, the definition, clearly there are people who know it would be appropriate, because you need to take into account caravan drivers, for you to extend that policy, the criteria-based policy, to allow others, you know, to take that into account. And one last thing, houseboat dwellers. It's basically your argument that there's no room for further houseboat.
That's definitely the case. Chelsea Beach is at capacity. There was a mooring permission granted, I think in 1978 for 60 moorings, and really the further capacity above that, I don't think would be accommodated. So I think we are where we are with the houseboats. It's in a conservation area. Part of the character of the Thames Conservation Area is the houseboats.
What about council rise?
Well, that's a canal, and obviously, in terms of the Grand Union Canal, there's boats that are moored up there that tie up to moorings that are there, and established moorings through is it Canal Rivers Trust? River and Canals Trust. Again, those moorings identified and they're established for the ones in Kensington and Chelsea. And again, I don't think there's any further capacity for providing additional moorings above those boats that are already moored.
So what would happen if someone came with an application? What policy?
You can tell my colleagues GP14 twice.
I think GB 14D talks about resisting permanently moored vessels on the River Thames and Chelsea Creek, and then where new moorings are considered, applicants need to demonstrate that there's some criteria of what they need to do.
Okay. So it's simple.
So he talks about residential moorings on the Grand Union Canal.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Doris?
No, I'm pleased that 2 out of the 3 things that I was hoping we could get agreement on, we have, which is really good news, and I look forward to having a conversation with the council about site allocations. Thank you.
Obviously that's up to my, subject to my.
Oh, yes, of course, sorry.
Subject to any recommendation I make, but
Yes.
evidence based and definitely, reconsideration of the wording of the policy. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. I'd like to close this morning's session and will resume at 11 a.m. for the second element of this morning's session, which relates to housing. That's fine. Thank you.
Visual plans,
welcome back those who right, morning session. For the purposes of the live streaming, I'll introduce myself. I'm Lisa Nurse and I'm planning inspector being appointed to examine the Royal Borough of Kensington Chelsea's local plan. We're going to now look at the concept of whether the council's got a 5-year housing land supply. Just a bit of background. A 5-year housing land supply is important in planning terms because a government control status shifts, I think, of the tilted balance. It's up to a council to specifically ask me to confirm whether they have a 5-year housing land supply. And they've asked that they do that, and that gives them a little bit more strength at appeal if they can confirm, if I can have it confirmed. So it's an important issue. Okay. Council's confirmed in question 78 that they wish me say that they do have a 5-year supply of livable housing. The council, it's a moving feast, this 5-year supply of housing. So more information was put on the website. Well, I don't know if you've gone on the website, but I don't understand that everyone who's participating has got a recent calculation. That's right. Yeah, the programme officer has provided it. So perhaps it would help. Yeah, great. So it'd be helpful if the council could talk through how this change has come forward. And also, it seems like more than 5 years supply has actually increased since the original situation.
So the change has come about because, as we discussed yesterday, you had asked us to add the 606 shortfall starting from 2019-20 to the first 6 years of the plan. So it ends in 2028-29, the meeting of the shortfall. So that's why the change has come about. So that figure has been added. So in the trajectory, whereas I think yesterday you were looking at a figure of 433 in the first 5 years of the plan, it's now 481 because of that addition of 101 homes per annum in terms of meeting the London plan shortfall. So I have since also got confirmation from the GLA as to how the shortfall should be treated. So they clearly expect that all the targets should be met by 2028-29. However, they are also saying that if you're unable to meet that, they are happy for it, the shortfall to be added to a borough's housing target beyond 2028-29. Because the London plan runs until 2041. So that's the position that the GLA had confirmed in writing to me this morning. So although we have, so in the figures I've put to you, we've added the shortfall to match that the timescale in table 4.1 of the London plan, but the GLA would accept if that shortfall went beyond 2028-29. That's their position.
I mean, obviously, that would need to be put on the examination website, that letter, but you're taking the approach that you want to do it as cleanly as possible, so you're wanting to identify it within the period as in the 4.1, so 4.1, that 10-year period. So all the housing will be catered for, including the shortfall within that 10-year period.
I think we would actually prefer to take the GLA's approach because, so we added that on your request of yesterday. So we are short by about 200 units in terms of 2028-29 target. Clearly for our plan, we are looking at a 5-year housing land supply starting from the beginning of the plan, which is 2023-24. And using a step trajectory, we are then able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. But to meet the GLA's housing requirement by 2028-29, we are slightly short by, if we add the shortfall to the first 6 years of the plan. So by 2029, 2030, we would have met and exceeded the GLA's Table 4.1 target within the timescale set by Table 4.1.
Sorry, I clearly haven't had enough coffee. First of all, I don't think it's reasonable for me to actually have the papers in front of me that you're referencing in terms of the GLA. But yesterday, I asked, and you said that everything would be done within that period. Yes? So are you saying that everything has been, that you're saying that you've got a shortfall of 200 houses?
By 2028, 29, not in the first 5 years of the plan. So yesterday, the position yesterday that was put forward by the council was that we were having a shortfall in the first 10 years of the plan.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a shortfall of about 61 units per annum going forward. But because that shortfall was then, we were asked to add it to match the timescale of Table 4.1 of the London plan, which ends in 2028, 29.
Mm-hmm.
So that figure of shortfall went up by, rather than 61 to 101 per annum. So that's where we didn't have those figures rerun yesterday because they've only been run overnight. And so now there is a shortfall.
The HP on you.
James Stevens, Home Builders Federation. Thank you very much, Mark. So I think I understand the situation now. That the council's proposing that the full London plan requirement of 4480 homes will be delivered by 2028-29. It's just that they're not proposing that the shortfall that's accumulated to date since 2019-20 will be addressed within the first 5 years. Is that right? Albeit the first 5 years would elapse, if I'm correct, by 2027-28.
So what we are saying is that the shortfall isn't met by 2028-29 itself. That we can meet that shortfall by 29-30. We can meet and exceed it in fact.
I mean, obviously it'd be helpful to have them so GLA.
At the moment it's an exchange of emails, but we will have to get a written position from the GLA and I think that, well, given that they've sent me an email to that effect, they should be able to put down that as a position.
Hi, Suzanne Black, local resident. I'm just wondering, it doesn't, I know there's generally it doesn't seem to have any mention about the impact on social housing or affordable housing, because obviously with the shortfall that affects the social housing and affordable housing. Is there a need to include something specifically about that in your policy?
Well, this is purely just number crunching as to whether there's a 5-year supply. In terms of the amount of affordable housing, that would have been fed into the London plan in terms of how much affordable housing should be provided in terms of some housing, and then there'll also be a proportion of that will be affordable housing. So this is just purely number crunching. Okay, so in terms of, I need a copy of the letter from the GLA, because clearly it would be your get out of jail free card. And obviously one would want to make pragmatic approach, but nonetheless, it also needs to be consistent with the plan for general conformity. In terms of, can we go from that to the more sort of detail elements, as in the assumptions you've made on the table? You've got I'm just going to go to the third page. You've got remaining pipeline of small site with permission. You've got 146. Do you not have any other small sites with permission? Because normally, to be honest, when we have these tables, you normally have small sites estimate, which I assume is akin to a windfall. Is that akin to your windfall?
So the windfall element is on the next line, which says small sites
Yeah,
estimate London Plan SHAR. So
Yeah,
that's a windfall.
Yeah, because normally those first 3 years were discounted. And I just wondered why that wasn't in this case.
So I think with the GLA's support, the point that's just been discussed, I think we can. So originally we didn't have the small sites estimate in the first 3 years, and that is the change that has been made overnight. I think in fact the HBF response stated that we hadn't included the small sites estimate in the first 3 years. So given the very small nature of these sites, we then took the view that perhaps we had been a bit too cautious the first time round, and that the very small sites, well, they would be able to be completed within the next year. And then from 2024-25, we can include the small sites estimate, which forms the basis of our housing target by the GLA in any case. However, if so since then, as I said, we've exchanged emails with the GLA where the position is that if you're unable to meet the 4480 by 2028-29, that we can include the shortfall within our housing requirements from that point onwards, and that we would have to closely monitor that situation. So with that, I think we don't necessarily need to include the small sites estimate in the first 3 years. Essentially, in terms of our local plan, what we are trying to demonstrate is a 5-year housing land supply using the stepped housing trajectory from the year 2023-24. And so that we are able to do. I think it's more about the 4480 target of the London plan, meeting that by 2028-29, which is why this figure was plugged in here.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make the HBS view kind of clear on how we think the council should, or what we think is the right to meet the London Plan requirement. I think it should, if feasible, I think it should be delivered in full, including any backlog, by the 2028-29 date, in line with the GLA's advice. Whether that's feasible, of course, depends upon a discussion about the deliverability of many of the sites that the local authority has allocated or identified.
Yeah, because clearly the deliverability of this, as I say, I've got some question marks over some of the sites, so that obviously has implications. Are you sticking with your 300 step trajectory? Would there be any, is that something that, albeit wouldn't sort out the whole issue of the shortfall, it might help give you some comfort in the first 5 years?
Yes. So, yeah, indeed, we would be amenable to changing it so it goes down, that the step is rather than 300 per annum, it's 250. But I think the issue that we have is actually the whole need of arising for a step trajectory is because our opportunity area sites don't come on board until much later in the plan. But because we are retrospectively looking at the target from 2019-20, I think that's where the problem arises, because we already acknowledged that to be an issue in this borough, and therefore we proposed the step trajectory. So I think it's more about where we are in 2028-29 meeting that target, as opposed to what happens in the next 5 years and effectively the first 5 years of the plan. So I think that is something. In terms of the step, I think maybe it is sensible to actually take it down a little bit, but then it will really ramp up in years 6 to 10 of the plan, because the more we take down now, the more it ramps up later in the plan.
Fancy, if you could just introduce yourself.
Joe Batty from Kensington and Cheltenham Central Council. I'm really pleased that the figures have been amended so that we can understand it. But it does throw into sharp relief by 2025 your 909 units in arrears. I'm not sure, given that if any slippage happens, when you're actually going to hit the targets.
Well, that may be the case, but can't future gains, can we? I mean, what solution would you bring to that?
I think that it's necessary to acknowledge that there's a shortfall, and although that the shortfall is unlikely to be met by at least year 9, that if there's any slippage, these figures are only as good as your best guess, and that's the reality.
Okay, so
Just to add, of course, I'd be concerned that if there were any slippage, that it wouldn't affect social and affordable housing, because unfortunately there's a pattern, not necessarily just in this local authority area, but generally when there is an issue about not meeting a target, it's often that rather than the private housing that is affected.
So are you suggesting that if they weren't to meet their 5-year housing land supply, then the tilted balance would come forward for a site that was not contributing the full?
Yeah, I'd like to think that it would come, that the balance would go in favour of affordable, social and that category of housing.
Thank you very much, as I'm like, do you mind putting your toes around stuff?
Good
Thank you. Yes, good morning. If you introduce yourself.
Are the small sites allowance?
Sorry, can you introduce yourself for the people who may be watching?
Kensington Society. The small sites allowance, is that now counted as being what's coming forward? Because alternatively, there are an awful lot of outstanding planning consents which aren't in this list. So that it's quite possible that the gap is much smaller than it's been suggested.
Oh, exactly.
As far as I'm aware, I'm sure that is the case, that we have included all the emissions within the housing trajectory. I mean, we've had to work hard to make sure that every site has been included and identified when it might come forward. So I assure you that there shouldn't be any outstanding that are not within our trajectory.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Stevens.
Sorry.
Right, so it seems that what I have to do is A, get the letter from the GLA, B, look at all the delivery that I need to, in terms of the sites that you've got forward and we've already discussed. C, look at whether the 129 should be identified in years 2 and 3. Then also I have to consider the issue of the shortfall, which again from the GLA letter, and also whether the stat trajectory at 300 per annum is the appropriate. Because it seems, subject to everything planning out as planned, you are able to provide the housing that the London Fund requires, and you're positively planning by increasing, having that 448 sort of into the future. But it's a question of whether you can actually demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. And obviously that's quite more critical even than normal, because you've asked me to, because obviously I normally should ask that on adoption, you're able to provide it. And you've actually specifically asked me to do that. And on that point, it would be very helpful, because I have known local plan examinations not to go very, very quickly. If you could rejig the figures for the business plan was adopted in the next year. Just if you could just give to be that as a note. Because I have to consider whether it's on adoption. So with the God willing, etc., we should be able to get it done by next year. But who knows what
I mean, next month.
I mean, ideally, we're still early, still July, aren't we? That's quite a bit of work that still needs doing.
So this is, sorry, can I just clarify, so is that first 5 years, are you saying it's 2024, 25 is the start date?
For as a sort of a backup figure.
Okay.
And that'd be helpful if you put it on the website as well, so that everyone could see it. This is a backup figure, so that it gives confidence, and I'm writing my report, that on adoption, you'll be able to demonstrate that. Okay, I mean, obviously I'll be working on whenever adoption's going to be, and obviously we're all working to get it adopted as soon as possible. You've moved away from, you've accepted the 20% buffer, haven't you? That's something
That's right, yes.
Yeah.
It includes a 20% buffer.
Yeah.
So that's why the figure of 300 then becomes 481 with the addition of the shortfall and the 20% buffer.
Yeah. Okay, and that's very helpful. All boils down to these sites, whether I think they're actually doable or not. Where's the ultimate question? Is what would happen if I said they weren't?
But I think it depends on the site really and the numbers within that site, because we have got a little buffer, 5 years.
Okay. So, good morning. Just introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Caitlin. I'm a member of St Mark's Housing Cooperative. The National Planning Policy Framework says to be considered deliverable, sites for housing should be available now, offer a suitable location for development now, and be achievable with a realistic prospect that housing will be delivered on the site within 5 years. In particular, B, where a site has been allocated in a development plan, it should only be considered deliverable where there is clear evidence that the housing completions will begin on site within 5 years. The two major sites that the council is relying on for Kensal is 3.5k and Earls Court 1k, don't start completing suitable numbers within 5 years, so how can they be considered deliverable under the definition?
There's only 100 are in that 5-year period at the Earls Court site.
Okay, how about the Kensal site that has 0 within 5 years?
Well, that's why it's not been counted.
It's being used to make up the shortfall within the first 5 years. Yeah. So how can it?
It's not counted.
So, sorry, I understood that the 5-year period until 27-28, the council are going to have a shortfall which they make up in the following 5 years. No.
If it's in the column, it's considered to be something that's going to be in that 5-year period, but it's not within that column, so it's not deliverable. You can put it in your column as being developable. I mean, anything. Yeah, no, it's they've not put it in as.
But in the set trajectory.
So, I mean, I will look at whether it's deliverable or not, but it's not in that column. It's not in the first 5 years. So that's why it's not being taken into account. Unless there's anything else, I'd like to finish this morning's session. Okay, so we'll finish now and we will resume at 2 p.m. At 2 p.m. we're having estate renewal. And we are having other specialist housing. Thank you very much, everybody.
When we go for the shortfall, well, yeah, I mean, it's not, I mean, that is the question is, that's a wish. That's a wish. Because it's not even got, it's not gone beyond the initial stages. So it's 390 per year projected on the basis that it will be accepted. That's the only thing that makes this shortfall palatable, because they're saying after that date and then go exponentially delivered. That's not all of that's going to be.
It was 5 years time, the same, can't quite make it. And that's they're not counting anything to something from this site, counting 100.
I'm using this to.
So that's a different issue. The next 5 years, not beyond. But then there's set trajectory does cover the whole lot.
So it's two completely different
And that's
things.
a separate issue.
So there's a 5-year supply, which we have to demonstrate 5 year supply, which is your point. But all the sites, the sites which aren't going to come forward next time, we didn't include the 5 year supply. And then the other part is the longer term objective with the housing plan targets. And that is not, it doesn't have to be the first 5 years, that can be over the next 10 years. And that's where the step trajectory, because we recognise we've got these 2 big sites where the vast majority, just next to the borough, where I think like 4,000 homes will be on those 2 sites. So they're not, we know they're not going to be coming forward in the next 5 years. So they're not, so the whole thing's been shifted back to recognise.
I think
So the end of that period.
the attention though.
Well, yeah.
Because that's a bird in the hand and a bird in the bush, isn't it? And we don't know that the largest one in the north of the borough is necessarily going
Well,
to be
and that's
delivered.
the inspector's not realistic, she'll be
That's
coming.
like tomorrow, that's what is being read.
Well,
Which is fine.
That's the inspector's.
that's the way the
It's
system
fine.
works.
I know, well, it's fine from the point of view that it isn't fine for the residents of the borough who need housing. That's the contention. I understand what you're saying.
Well,
No, I don't think
yeah, we are, I mean, we are committed to bring those
Good afternoon, everyone. It's now 2:15. Glad to see you all here after the sort of burst of excitement of the for those who do not know me, my name is Ruth Mercer. I'm a planning inspector appointed by Secretary of State to examine the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea's local plan. This afternoon's session relates to a structured discussion that will be led by me. If you wish to raise a point in response to a question that I've raised, can you put your nameplate on its side, introduce yourself, then I'll know who you are. All the sessions are being live streamed and the camera is dependent on whether your microphone is on or not, so it's important that you have it either on or off depending on whether you're speaking. So that's that. Okay, my first question relates to estate renewal. Particularly, does the policy H07 set out in an unambiguous fashion the principles by which any planning application for estate renewal on estates not owned by the council should progress? Particular reference to what is meant by criterion G. The council has put forward a proposed change policy to make clear that the neighbourhood should be the specific estate area rather than just a generalised term of neighbourhood. The council just confirm why
That's just to aid clarity, because I think the term neighbourhood could mean a wider area, whereas the renewed estate would be very clear that it's the re-provided homes or the renewed estate is where the need must be met.
Does anyone have any comment on that? On that clarification of the policy? No, that's the criteria. Thank you. My other question related to criterion I. I wasn't clear what actually was meant by that. The council's now decided that it would be happy to delete criterion I. Does anyone have any issues or responses to criterion I? Thereof. Okay. I asked for there should be a similar policy for council-owned estates. However, clearly the council's approach is that it's not actually undertaking any renewal of council-owned estates. So that's made explicit in the plan. So clearly there'd be no need for that.
I just wondered if they're going to take that same principle through to other types of social housing, such as those that are run by Peabody or other estates.
So your question is, are they going to just have a blanket ban on renewable social housing estates?
Correct, because
Right.
that statement was made by the council that they were going to protect estates in the immediate aftermath of the fire, and it was taken by communities that meant that had that implications for other types of social housing, such as those of housing associations.
So council can answer that question.
So I think the council made a commitment on it, the estates that the council owns. Clearly, we have Wallington Green is an estate which is undergoing renewal at the moment. So we need a policy for those kinds of schemes which are already in the pipeline. Another one is the Sutton estate. So if we didn't have a policy to guide and to be very clear, And I think this is quite a robust policy which requires where, estate renewal does take place, that it takes place properly, having considered the needs of the community who lives there with commitments and guarantees to rehouse them on the renewed estate. So I think that's all I can say. We can't, as a council, make commitments for land owned by other bodies or organisations.
Thank you.
Sorry, is it possible to ask one further question? People come from the housing register to go into those estates, so the tenure may be different, but the roots incidents still remain, and they are still social housing tenants who come into social housing property. And with big developments such as those of Flourish on neighbouring estates, there is a fear that there will be significant damage done to the fabric of estates in order to achieve other goals.
I think the has answered the question in respect that the council can't preclude other social housing operators on land that's not owned by them to redevelop. From a planning point of view, it may of course be, I have no idea in terms of the actual, there may be some mechanics in terms of, particular control in terms of grants, what have you, but that's beyond my sort of ken in that respect. It's a policy, this policy is being put forward to try and protect my understanding, I'm going to work, being an advocate for the council, is that this policy has been put down as far as possible to protect the estates moving forward. And that's why the wording of it is important. And for example, when we're talking about wishing to criterion G in the policy, where at the moment it talks about wishing to stay in the neighbourhood, being able to do so, I considered that policy was quite ambiguous as to what meant by neighbourhood. So that's why it's important that we sort of consider this policy in detail. But it's not, it wouldn't be possible for this policy to state that there'll be no redevelopment of all estates, because that's not within the planning function to be able to do that. It's because it's a question of ownership. So in terms of the actual policy, sorry, Ms. Amlack.
Sorry, just to pick up on my colleague's point here, is it not possible to have some sort of modification around the way in which, when there is redevelopment or renewal of a non-council owned estate, that there's some sort of principles of participation, stroke the trauma-informed services, because it's not just about the renewal and regeneration, it's a process that can be traumatic and can disadvantage people. And as my colleague said, most of us who don't live in council-owned housing may live in a housing provider, an RSL, but actually those, post a certain time, I can't remember what date it was with the Housing Act, they were all allocated anyway to the housing register, the open housing register. So effectively, people who are residents and have been seeking housing have been put into RSL properties. So it's not just about the renewal, it's also about the way in which we engage as tenants. And there's a certain protection by the way in which the council is engaging with its tenants, which is that they recognise the impact of Grenfell, and it also affects other people. So I'm wondering if there's a way to look at participation around trauma-informed services, the way in which engagement happens. I know they can't control redevelopment and renewal, but perhaps it's more about that process.
Council would come in, I'm sure that they would say that criterion D perhaps is one that would, there is signal as being one that would cover that, but council they could come back with.
Yes, quite right. I think I was going to refer to criteria D, which says that estate renewal schemes must be co-designed with the community. And then paragraph 3.81, we refer to the mayor's ballot, which provides further guidance, good practice guide to estate regeneration, and then that includes the principles of community ballots on estate renewal schemes. Also, I'd like to just kind of point to criteria A, which talks about using circular economy principles. So it's really, the policy starts off by saying that it doesn't really support redevelopment. So it talks about reuse of the existing building and making sure that that has been considered before anything is redeveloped. So I think with criteria D, we have that hook in terms of co-designing the community in any case.
So just a point of clarification, so
Sorry, Mark, yeah. So I understand where the council's approach there. And I will let you come back in a second. I just wondered how criterion B would ever be implemented, which talks about compelling.
I think we could provide more supporting text around that, but a compelling case would be, so for example, we had the Sutton estate, for example, where the homes were substandard in terms of their size, and there wasn't anything that could be done to bring them to modern day standards, except for reconfiguration. So it's being renewed using the existing buildings, but the floor space layouts have been changed, and that's why we've shown a loss in our housing trajectory for that particular estate. So there clearly the renewal was the only option, so a compelling case was made as to why that should happen in that case. So I don't know whether adding more text would be helpful or unhelpful, because then it provides some specific, and it may then direct people down the route in terms of redevelopment or renewal. But if it assists, we'd be happy to look at some wording.
I'm just trying to put myself in the shoes of somebody who's actually making that decision, and I'm not sure how we'll do that. Does anybody want to come in on criterion B?
I wondered if we could look at rewriting it. We've got some words for H on 7B. Only in exceptional circumstances where long-term benefits of redevelopment clearly outweighs the considerable uncertainty and disruption such projects will cause, can redevelopment of social housing estates be considered?
Yeah, I think that's similar to the wording that's there at the moment, so we can look at changing it.
It may be something that perhaps that's sound like what's right.
Oh, it's just that on 79, the wording, where I slightly wanted a point of clarification, it says that the council's made a commitment to end estate regeneration on council-owned estates. And my point about the process of engaging principles of participation, etc., as Richie's mentioned, does that apply to all RSLs? Because it seems quite clear it's only, you can't control the regeneration of non-council estates, so this applies to council estates, but the engagement process in the event that regeneration or renewal takes place. Does that, if we're going to look at having it more focused on how we co-design, participate, and also engage around trauma-informed services, does this then apply to RSLs as well?
Well, I think it does from policy criterion D, that makes it explicit that it does. But getting back to criterion B, the exceptional case, I would have thought it was something, if you take from something similar to that. I mean, obviously, there's nothing to stop you speaking informally with Mr. Patty if you so wish outside the hearing. But it, as I say, as written, it strikes me as being a little bit more. Criterion F. Estate renewal schemes must robustly demonstrate consideration to provide additional community housing provision, both in terms of floor space and units and so on. What does that actually mean?
So that means that we're not just looking for the same floor space. We're actually looking for where to make it worthwhile, to make it that compelling case in terms of the benefits. What we're looking for is additionality in the provision of community housing provision, both in terms of floor space and the number of units. So it's retaining what's there existing plus providing more.
So the wording here could be, if I could ask you to rephrase that wording into a second. So fundamentally you're saying that it has to have a step change in the quality of the accommodation or the quality of the, or the amount of community provision for it to come forward. So that, because at the moment I don't think it reads like that, but that's what you're trying to achieve from criterion D, is that correct?
It's an uplift in the floor space and the units. So it's a net additional, so it's more than what's the existing floor space and number of units are on that estate. So it's not talking about quality in that criteria, it's more about the quantity.
But take for example, your example of the Sutton housing estate, where you said you had a smaller unit and you actually reduced the number of units because you made them larger, you will be increasing the floor space for all the units, would you?
No, so in that instance, that wasn't possible. So if a new application comes in before the council, that criteria would be applied and the council would seek to increase both the floor space and the number of units, but clearly each case would be assessed on its merits. In the case of Sutton Estate, it's the buildings are in a conservation area, they could not be demolished, so they have to be provided within the envelope of the existing buildings, and the only way of bringing them up to minimum space standards was by reconfiguring, and so we retained the floor space but lost the units in that instance.
My understanding also from what I've heard so far is that there is a fear, which I may be misrepresenting, so don't butt in, but let me know if I'm misrepresenting what you're saying. There's a fear that some of the additional affordable housing is being placed on estates which are being reconfigured, or development taking place on them, and that is resulting in the loss of open space or some of the amenity of those issues, of those particular sites. Obviously, if the gentleman from Trellick Tower is here today, he might be raising that as a case in point. So would it be sensible and give comfort to the community if there's an element about open space? Because I don't think there's anything about the quality, that, unless I misread it, is there anything about the quality of the wider environment of these estates within the policy?
Yes, I think we can add a quality related criteria in that policy.
Mr. Batley?
You're absolutely correct in the assumption that many people, specifically in the north and specifically in the south of the borough, where there is intense social housing, are deeply concerned about the amount of infill and the amount of loss of amenity. We understand why, because obviously the council owns the space by and large, and there's lots of areas that are conservation areas, but there is a perception and a reality that space is being lost that was previously amenity. And you're right, the Trellick Tower one in particular was thought around the issue of amenity, light pollution and other things that come with infilling or building new premises around social housing.
Ms. Sandler?
Just to add, there was a similar situation with the Warnington development that Cassius are developing. The whole thing around the trees, the preservation of the green space has all been lost. And yet also, if you juxtapose that with the south of the borough, the more affluent areas in the borough, sort of, you know, around the Boltons or sort of in that area, Queensgate or whatever, there is no infill. We don't see that happening. We don't see the loss of immunity. So the issue around equity again.
So in terms of this policy, it would require an additional criterion just to demonstrate that it's not just a question of numbers, it's a question of ensuring that the quality of the environment is retained. Doesn't mean necessarily that no development can take place, because I think that clearly you shouldn't ossify anywhere, and good development no doubt can take place. It's just a question of ensuring that it is good development and there's an extra sort of layer of protection. Mr. Black?
Despite the policy being aimed at non-council housing estates, it clearly doesn't get the message across clearly enough, because most of the people here are talking about council housing estates. And so if there is an undertaking not to do these things to council housing, it hasn't come across very clearly. Whereas this is written as if it might have been for any housing estate, which is in fact, it's a safeguard that other social housing doesn't meet the needs and space standards, open space. And so I think there needs to be something in the introduction, a bit more than we've got at the moment, that makes that distinction, because clearly some people have read it differently than the way it was intended.
Sorry, Ms. Amler?
So my point was about applying the same standards, council's own land, to RSLs. Yeah, it's not about, so it's about making sure the same sort of standards, so basically all social tenants have the same kind of standards they put in here.
But I take Mr. Bart's point though, that it might be helpful for the policy just to be retitled, to just make it clear that it's a estate renewal for non-council owned sites or something. Just to make it clear. I know you got it in your introduction, and I know your leader of the council's put it in there, forward or whatever, but just so that when people are absolutely clear as to where you're looking concerned.
No, I'm not. Just making it. I'm just thinking through your point about non-council owned, whether I haven't thought it through. But sorry, whether that was. I don't have a problem with that. I was just thinking it through. Sorry, that's my opinion.
God, apologise for having an expression. Ms. Barr.
Again, I forgot what I was going to say on this. This is about a planning policy for managing non-council housing estates. The sort of things that you're concerned about are about the management, housing management.
Ms. Bark, I think I don't want to sort of go down this sort of route. It's clear that this policy is for the physical redevelopment of estate renewal, and in doing that, to ensure that the way that that estate renewal takes place obviously takes into account the co-designing issue, ensuring that people are kept on the estate if they want to be kept on the estate, and that the quality of the environment is one that isn't crammed, basically. So it's to give people have good quality design, irrespective of where it is, really. I think that's the main objective of the estate, of this policy. So,
regarding the estate renewal scheme, it's not to be co-designed with the community. Does that include short life cooperatives such as St Mark's and Backdoor, who during estate renewal schemes live in properties that would be otherwise vacant for years and years? Are we included as co-design with the community?
yes, indeed, yeah.
you would be part of the community, and yes, you would be included in the co-design with the community.
So Hagan, she's answered your question.
I'd just say,
Sorry,
could that
Mr.
be noted?
Batty. Sorry, she's answered the question. Do you want to carry on?
I just sort of had a reflection on changing the title of the policy. I think it may be just worth kind of considering. If the title is changed, then the criteria of the policy, which is being tightened because you're concerned about the council's infill development, so it wouldn't then apply to those. So clearly the council's commitment remains to end whole-scale estate renewal on the land that it owns, and that's outside of planning. In any case, that's a corporate commitment that's been made to the community. But clearly the council is investing in its estates and renewing them, just not whole-scale estate renewal. So the council owned the new homes delivery program, for example. Some of those sites are within the estates. So I think perhaps we need to rethink about changing the title, because then the policy would completely preclude those criteria being applied to the infill type development.
Yes, I understand your logic. So, yeah, that's what you were.
That's what I was thinking.
That's why your face was a contortion
Yes.
of thought. Yes. Yes, I understand. So, in other words, by doing that, you don't want to preclude being able to use these criteria on other developments, including those on council-owned estates, on the basis that just because the council has committed to no longer doing complete estate-wide developments, they're still doing incremental developments on estates, and therefore some kind of control would be helpful. Albeit, sure, all these, obviously, development on an estate is covered by general amenity policies as well. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, I think we've covered this policy. Thank you very much for everybody's contribution. Now move to specialist thing. If anyone wishes to leave, okay, what assessment has taken place of the needs of particular groups of household size, type and tenure, including self-build and custom house building? Before you answer that question, I just wanted to ensure that the council is aware of the written ministerial statement of the 23rd of May 2023, which was produced by Rachel McLean, who was Minister of State for Housing and Planning. And this relates to children's house, children's homes, and the importance of ensuring that there are homes for children in required house. I know you've actually mentioned it in your LHNA, but I just wanted to ensure that you were aware of it.
Yes, yeah, we are.
In terms of self-build and custom house building, you've got two parts of your register. Can you explain the logic behind your register?
Yes, the two-part register has been introduced recently, and the logic behind that was to look at the real need in the borough in terms of the local connection. So I think in January is when we introduced the new two-part register, and once we did that, our need, so there's only one entry on the first part of the register, which is where one needs to have a local connection as well as a financial solvency test. So the logic really was to understand whether, otherwise anyone could come to us and say that I would like to be on your self-build register. To understand the need of whether there was a local connection, which is what the self-build regulations allow an authority to do. So we introduced the two-part register.
In terms of the financial solvency test, is that kind of the logic for that piece?
I think that is something that we looked at the representation from, well, not representations, but correspondence with Backdoor Housing, and we have actually made amendments to our form for that test, particularly for housing cooperatives. So we just want to kind of get an initial view whether somebody who wants to go on the register would be able to afford a self-built plot in the borough, but we're not really looking at that with any great detail. It's where it's an individual and they can prove that to us, then that's taken, but we are not requiring that for housing co-ops.
I mean, I'm going slightly off piece here, really. It's not a policy, is it? But is the lady from Backdoor Housing, can you remind me of the name?
My name is Joanna Whelan and I represent Backdoor Housing Co-op, of which I am a member. Just to give you a brief overview, Backdoor Housing Co-op is one of 9 housing co-ops in the borough, providing affordable housing to its members. Our members are mostly single people on low incomes, excluded from the council register, which only caters to priority need. Co-op rents are pitched between social rent and London living rent. So my question about the register was, does the inspector accept the timeline of evidence with what we're working with? Because we started off with an assessment from September 2022 and now we're looking at a register from May 2023.
Okay, so whether it's justified or not, whether you're saying whether the plan's justified or not. I think the issue is really, in this particular case, I mean, evidence does, well, the local plan evidence does unfortunately keep coming in, as I've had quite a lot of emails sent to me at sort of 10 o'clock at night with new housing issues in them. The issue with this really is whether there's a policy to actually achieve, because it doesn't really matter how many people are on the register. What matters is whether you can actually achieve something for custom self-build. And that's more fun. I think that's a more fundamental question than actually who's on the register. And that's one I'd like to council.
Madam Inspector, may I speak further?
Very briefly.
Yeah. I find the approach of the council in terms of language, the definition of self-build, custom build, a bit confusing across the policies and where self-build has been referenced, because we're now talking about specialist housing, HO5. There's no mention of self-build or custom build within that policy. There is mention of it in HO2 and HO3. So one of the things that I would like to suggest is that in HO2, small sites, it refers to self-build exclusively, but in the London Mayor's, in the London plan, it says small sites, self-build, custom build and community-led housing. And we're getting a bit of a blurring about where community-led housing is considered, because it's being put under affordable, lumped with council's development plans, and also considered as specialist housing when it comes under the banner of self-build. So I would like some additions or modifications to create a consistency across the policies where self-build is referred to. And it may help to clarify by separating individual self-build from group self-build, which is commonly community-led housing.
I don't think there's anything in the framework which would differentiate between self-build for you. The way self-build normally takes, I mean, the problem is, as I've heard several times, comes into the special, isn't it? In a normal local plan examination, you'd have a self-build, customer owned self-build policy, which would be normally sort of 5% service plots, would be self-build. The question is, how is the council approaching that? You put in HO2, you prefer to self-build, including provision of service plots subject to availability. Is to quote Mr. Buck here, is there a realistic prospect of any large self-build sites going forward on any form of viability?
The honest answer is no.
Sorry?
The honest answer would be no, in terms of large sites.
But then coming to your point, you're talking about sort of a cooperative self-build rather than an individual self-build. But I'm unclear whether it actually makes a difference, whether it's cooperative or an individual self-build.
One of those things would be in my opinion, the financial solvency test. Because if we were developing a project as community-led housing, we'd be following the same route as a developer rather than having the money to afford the land in advance to do the build. And that's what the financial test is based on.
Okay. So to some extent, that register is sort of out with the plan anyway. So that's an issue for how the council internally sorts itself out and whether it's in line with various legislation in terms of something called the register. It's not to do with the local plan per se. Does the council wish to raise it?
Only that we have been in discussion with Backdoor Housing Cooperatives, and we've made a number of amendments to our website as a result, including inviting anyone considering an application to contact the council to discuss the best approach. So I think we've taken a pragmatic and hopefully helpful approach to this, and haven't put anybody off that genuinely could wishes to pursue this. But I think we recognise it is difficult in this borough for obvious reasons. We don't think so. So we have, as far as we're concerned, we have actually, as I've said, amended the wording.
I mean, the framework does suggest that you have to identify sites for self-build, doesn't it? Now, normally, as I say, that's done through just a percentage of developments, isn't it?
So I think clearly in the call for sites, we didn't get any sites which were suitable or which were put forward that these may be suitable. I think the other thing is that we do get very small self-built homes in the borough, a very tiny proportion where we grant SIL exemptions because it's a self-built home. But that's not really a service plot, and can't really see where it would be financially viable for any landowner to provide service plots that way.
Wasn't the issue that your self-built plots traditionally, as I say, it's not as if you're going to go for low-rise housing, is it? It's you're unlikely to have low-rise housing where you would have a service plot, and it'd be easier for the developer to service the various plots you're talking about, potentially in sort of taller buildings. So not. I'm just trying to see whether there's a special circumstance. Yeah.
So just to, I have been in contact with the planning department and they have been communicative over the financial assessment. I just feel confused about the community-led part, which usually does come under self-build, custom build, being in the mentioned in the affordable policy, but then it's not backed up in the, there's no mention of community-led housing in the SPD, that the community housing SPD that backs up the HO3. And the argument that land is too expensive for self-builds, and the fact that the assessment of the register now shows that there's only one interested party because, as you stated, you know, we are looking at new evidence. Would it not be better to have some flexibility in the need or demand, because we're looking at only one site being requested, which then says that there's no need for policy within SO5 for it to be special. I'm just confused whether it's affordable housing or is it specialist housing? What is it?
Well, self-build is a type of, it's a subset of just market housing, but it can be market housing, or it can be affordable housing.
Yeah.
It's sort of tenure blind in terms of, it's just self-build, isn't it, custom self-build. Community-led housing is different because that's something that's, it has to have a reason why it's got that nameplate, so to speak. And community-led development often can be affordable housing, and it's normally some kind of exception site, you know, and it's to what extent it counts, but it's not really necessarily self-build. I mean, you can have community-led self-build, but it won't, you can have lots of different types of self-build.
Yeah.
So that's the difference between it. Is there anything else you wanted to raise on?
No, I mean, we'd be happy to acknowledge community-led housing in the supporting text for HO2 under self-built and custom-built homes. It's not really, it's something we could do to flag up that could be a more self-built housing.
Would you want to have it in the actual text? But so because these criteria, they're all ones, aren't they?
Yeah, no, I was just suggesting in the supporting text to the policy under the heading of self-built and custom-built homes, within those paragraphs somewhere, we reference that.
But wouldn't that cause even more confusion if you put it in self-built and custom-built?
Possibly.
I mean, I think if you want to raise it, just say small build. I mean, not saying necessarily community-led housing will come forward. I mean, that's a different, you know, that's a different matter. But if you want to, obviously looking at the Hagen was mentioning yesterday, you could just have criteria saying that community-led development is supported, subject to whatever. And then at least you've got the policy book. I'm not necessarily holding my breath that you get, get signed, but, you know, use it.
Well, I'm not expecting a site allocation. But there are, you know, various forms of community-led housing, as Caitlin mentioned before about empty homes and other types of renewal. I just want us to be able to have the conversation within self-build that community housing it isn't just about individual. Self-build isn't just about individual build. if that makes sense.
Well, self-build is self-build, isn't it? I mean, that's the whole point of self-build, so it is for individuals. Hence, it's self-build.
On the register, it splits between people and group.
Yeah, but it's a group self-build, doesn't like you individually, but it's for an individual person to take that house. That's the whole point about it, isn't it? It's, you know, so you can have a group of people, like so when you have your 5% of the state, you have a group, maybe a group that can afford to do that, but it'd be the individual plot is a self-build. But anyway, we're going into semantics here.
Yeah.
Okay. So, let's move on to housing for older people. Okay, again, this is put in the housing need assessment. You use the system where you basically look at how many people there are at the moment in these road bits and extended it outwards, I think.
That's right.
The demographics. I mean, there's a moot point whether that's the correct approach or not, but you should put something in undertaking that. There has just the people come and go as representation.
Yes, I think that joined by Samantha Rowland from BNP Paribas, just want to go through some of the need for care homes. Sorry. I think it's quite clear in the London the local housing need assessment. Residents over 65 are going to increase quite dramatically. I think that's by 14,000. By 2040, that's over 50% increase, and 82% of that increase is 75 years and more, which is the priority for care homes rather than sheltered housing and extra care schemes, which is the focus of the policy. The basis on which that's being worked out in the local plan, we have some concerns about. We don't think it truly reflects the need. So do you want to just touch on what you've looked at? Firstly, what that says and why we don't think it's correct, and what you've looked at in the evidence.
Thanks. Good afternoon. So when we look at demand for care homes in boroughs, we look at the population aged over 65. I think, sorry, just to take a step back, I think what's more important is actually distinguishing the difference between older person's sheltered housing and a care home. There is obviously a material difference. Looking at the local needs assessment, the wording is confusing, to be honest, as is the data source. So I'll start initially with the data sources. When we're looking at elderly care, senior living as we call it, or retirement living, we don't absolutely do use the EAC database, which is what the council have mentioned. But when we refer specifically to care homes, we use something like Reson, which is one of the leading industry research publications. And that's updated annually. So when we look at the demand for care homes, and care homes, just to be absolutely clear, this is for people who require 24-hour care, 7 days a week, often nursing care, it's often end-of-life care and acute care. So they're basically no longer able to live independently by themselves. So that's why retirement housing, shelter housing isn't appropriate at this stage. When I calculated the need assessment, I've been working on 2022 population projections. This data is provided by CACI. In 2022, we calculate that the population for the whole of the RBKC borough is 156,776. The over 65 plus population of that is best part of 26,607. When we calculate the actual requirements, we look at the risk of living in a care home. These statistics applied by Languisson. Using that, we estimated that there is a requirement for data up, sorry, 2 seconds.
So you're basically saying that the London plan underestimated.
It's underestimated, so essentially, there's a need for 865 places based on the care home provision that we have sourced through Languisson and their care sector database. There's 367 beds provided, and that's purely elderly care only. So we have to strip out all those that are providing care specialists, so those under 65, CACI and Care Quality Commission define all the people 65 plus, below is 18 to 64, just to be clear. And so, basically, straightforward maths, 865 people requiring care, elderly care, there's 367 beds provided, that's an undersupply of 498 beds, which is what's needed.
And that's just based on today.
So, I mean, I understand the whole idea of elderly population increasingly frail, but, that you gently persuade me that there's need for older persons accommodation. But the issue is, how does that actually translate into policy? And are you suggesting that because the council has, in your opinion, assessed the amount of elderly need, that it requires an allocation rather than just a clear signal that there is pressing need, but as a pressing need for so many forms of housing in Kensington and Chelsea? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, we're saying that I think by 2037 by 2037 that need gets up to just short of 1,500 places, and it's the duty of the council to look at that need and find and plan for it. There are no site allocations for care homes. There is a mention of extra care in the Lockton Road site allocation, but nothing for care homes themselves. There's also the issue of obsolescence with existing stock that might start to come out of that current 367 beds that are provided. We know from the councillor in this council put representations in to say that the council has closed all of their care homes in the borough. So there's obviously a cost issue with keeping them open. So it falls really on others to provide it. We don't feel there's enough in the local plan to either allocate land, certainly the policy doesn't reflect the need in order to encourage it in a more positive way.
I'm going to park that because unless the council want to come forward and respond. Sorry, the gentleman from Mr. Stevens.
Thank you very much, James Stevens from the Home Builders Federation. If I understand the respondents' line of questioning there, Mark, they are addressing a slightly different issue to the one that the HBF wishes to raise. I think they're focused on care home accommodation and focused more upon other specialist retirement products, which is the thrust of the London Planning Policy page 13, which is the issue. So if you think you've heard sufficient on the care home accommodation point, I could then raise my the questions that I have about the thrust of the council's policy at time.
Okay, but at the moment I'm just looking at the actual whether the need has been assessed properly, yes.
Shall I try and explain then?
If you're basically
What-
saying they've under.
No, I'm not. It's I better make my my argument then. It's how the council's policy HO5 supports what the Mayor of London intends through policy H13 of the local plan of the London plan, which is about primarily supporting the supply of C3 type accommodation. This is a complicated area, and it's quite difficult to understand unless you read policy H13 of the London plan text in full. My concern about the policy HO5.
But I'm not asking you about whether you're concerned with wording of policy H05, I'm just concerned, asking about whether the need in the housing need assessment has been appropriately provided.
In which case I'm concerned that table 4.4 of the local housing need assessment doesn't address the question about the type of product that the London plan wishes the London boroughs to support, which is typically accommodation which is specialist retirement housing that doesn't have the characteristics of providing care. And to understand that, it's necessary to read the supporting paragraphs 4.13.4, 4.13.5 and 4.13.6. London Plan Policy H13 links to table 4.3, which is the annual borough benchmarks for specialist older persons housing, which sets an indicative figure for Kensington and Chelsea of 85 units per annum. That is a figure that is distinct from the need for boroughs to plan for care home accommodation. And that's why it's necessary to read those supporting London Plan paragraphs. Which, if I might just start, paragraph 4.13.4 of the London Plan says this policy contains requirements for specialist.
Yeah, I mean, I have read it, yeah. You don't need
This
to.
isn't about care home accommodation.
Yeah, I understand that.
So my argument, my representation, is that even though the Kensington and Chelsea plan refers to the benchmark targets in 4.3.58 paragraph, I think we need to see a reference to the London plan policy requirements in the actual policy itself, policy H09. It's a complicated issue, but the thrust of
It's
the
not
London
that complicated, I just wanted to know whether you're concerned about the way the league is assessed, not.
Well, my concern about the assessment is that it doesn't seem to cover the type of accommodation that the London plan has in mind,
Okay.
which is
Right, I understand.
paragraph 4.13.5 of the London plan says specialist older persons housing that does provide home care.
Yeah,
but is specifically
I'm
designed.
familiar with the concept, yeah, you don't need to. Ms. Bach?
I hate to say it, but I've got a similar concern to Mr. Stevens, but mainly because I think this whole issue fails to distinguish between a kind of provision which has care involved in it and the question of what are we actually getting at the moment, which is nothing more than luxury housing. I mean, the really top-end luxury housing masquerading as extra care housing. We have got a real problem with care homes and ones actually require a good deal of care and support. And I don't think this policy makes a sufficient distinction between those two things. At the moment, as written, people can come along and claim to be extra care housing, avoid providing any affordable housing.
Yeah, I understand that the wording may not be appropriate and we haven't even got to that. All I'm trying to work out is whether the way that the housing assessment hasn't done it. I mean, we'll look at the wording and whether it's the correct approach once we've got there, but I'm finding my way through affordable older persons housing and I'm going to move on to student housing, so I'm going through it adds my I'll let you come back after the end and run through these issues. Okay, student accommodation, you've got your code right up, I assume that's getting budget, yeah?
No, I wanted to ask another question, or to help you
Well,
with the issue around older person's housing and what the London plan is expecting.
okay, well, can you desist from helping me in a minute, thank you. Much as I like you. Thank you. Okay, student accommodation. This was raised, in terms of, there seems to be this, the council's set out that basically Imperial College doesn't need any more housing, and that most students are from abroad, and they seem to sort of dismiss it, it's slightly out of hand. Is the gentleman, could you, come in, that's please?
Yeah, my name's William Kumar from Fresco.
You need to put your
Sorry.
microphone on.
My name's William Kumar from Fresco Investment Holdings Limited.
You need to speak.
My name's William Kumar, Fresco Investment Holdings Limited. Yeah, we've got a number of comments on the assessment under, which is underpinning the policy HO6 for the delivery of student housing within the borough. Obviously, the NPPF requires student housing to be positively provided for. We feel that the local housing needs assessment has not undertaken a robust assessment of the requirement for student housing within the borough and also just the wider vicinity of West London. We have, in relation to a pre-application meeting that we've had with the local authority, undertaken our own student housing needs assessment, which identifies it as a really strong need for student housing within the borough and within the wider area. We know that the number of the Imperial sites are not within the borough boundary, but this is not a this is a fluid area where there are a number of students who go to Imperial and live within the borough. They are living in either HMO housing, single flats, or two-bedroom flat housing. The provision of student housing is better for the students in terms of their well-being and pastoral care, and it also would free up a significant amount of housing which is currently used by students within the borough, which is no doubt adding to the already increasing pressures of housing within the borough itself. Whilst we appreciate that the priority housing for the borough is C3, there is ultimately going to be sites and circumstances where student housing would be appropriate. It would contribute towards the housing supply within the borough on the basis of the, I think I might say it's 2.51 beds. 2.5 beds of student would be equivalent to a housing unit. And we feel that some of the comments in, as you kind of said yourself, that the student housing is for postgraduates and foreign students who can afford it, is not really the type of evidence base that we would be expecting to support initially, which is quite critical for London in terms of the wider economy and higher education institutes as well.
I said that I'm going to ask council to go through this. Yes, I mean, in terms of the HNA, there did seem to be some issues I didn't quite understand in terms of the purpose built housing. in terms of example, including a concern that the less expensive end of the private rental sector is eroded by high rents that many international students are able to afford. Or, I mean, you do use some quite anecdotal responses like Asian families come in and buy housing, which I thought was slightly odd, rich Asians. But it seems that why is it a concern? If there is a concern that people are buying up private rental accommodation at the expensive end, why does that mean that you don't want any more build student accommodation?
I think, sorry, can I come back on that point? So I think the main thing is that during the course of doing the local housing needs assessments, consultant Scott Webb, who did the work for us, they interviewed a range of providers, including, and they had met with Imperial as well. So initially, Imperial did not identify any need in the borough, and the LHNA sets out what the main higher and further education institutions are in the borough, and Imperial being the largest one, Kensington College being the others. There were others as well, which are all in the LHNA. But at the Regulation 19 stage is when Imperial then identified a need of 1,500. But in the same representation, they also said that we should amend the policy so they could lose the 700 bedrooms they already have for student accommodation in the borough. So therefore, it wasn't entirely clear whether that need is within the borough or not, because on the one hand, they wanted us to amend our policy protecting student accommodation, so it could be changed to market C3 homes. But on the other hand, they wanted the council to find the land and to support the provision of 1,500 new student beds within the borough. The other thing to point out is paragraph 4.15.3 of the London Plan, which specifically says that it hasn't identified purpose-built student accommodation targets for boroughs. It then also says that there is no requirement for the 4.5.3 of the London Plan, page 207 to 208. The last sentence of that paragraph says there is no requirement for the higher education provider linked by the agreement to the PBSA to be located within the borough. It's meaning that that need doesn't necessarily, so there could be a need, and clearly we've discussed at length the issues in the borough with the availability of sites. To find a site suitable for 1,500 new student beds in the borough is not something that we were able to do, and clearly didn't. The site that was put forward, we didn't think that was suitable on Bramley Road because it's in an office use currently, and the council did not consider that it was a suitable location for a full building in our site allocations assessment. The policy itself, as written, supports or it protects existing.
Don't worry about policy. Steering people clear as policy. But in terms of your housing needs assessment, at the moment, as read, it implies that you don't need any more PBSA in the borough. Okay.
That's right. I think the only PBSA that we then became aware of was from Imperial, and as I said, that the need was halved if they didn't lose the 700 units in the borough.
Okay.
Yeah, just coming back to each of those points, on the point about Imperial releasing some of their existing housing stock, this is just underlying the point that this is old stock, originally housing, converted into student housing, and it's just not fit for purpose for modern student accommodation. There is a lot more that goes around student accommodation in the current time in terms of pastoral care, the support they get from people who are managing the sites, and also with the links with the university, and just having a general community feel within those units. So the reason why Imperial are looking to get rid of those units is they're not fit for purpose anymore. The point about Imperial's need for student housing kind of misses the point that there are 34 higher education institutes within the catchment area of Ladbroke Grove, for example, with some 159,000 full-time students attending higher education courses. Now, all of those students are going to be living somewhere in the vicinity of that higher education institute. The majority of them, I think we've identified over 90%, would be using traditional housing stock. So there is this missed link between purpose-built student housing alleviating existing pressures on the current housing stock, which we don't feel has been properly assessed for.
Mr. Baptiste?
Actually, that speaks to concerns that we have in the north of the borough for the Flourish development and the potential for people to use that development for student accommodation. How many students are there in the borough? Has that work been done? How many are in private housing stock already? And what figures are there?
Well, I don't want to go into sort of going through the housing needs assessment. The council's done future change student numbers, and it talks about, doesn't actually make it explicit, to be honest. I'm writing one up, it's not explicit, it's just making generality about number of people and the students are actually increasing. Sound like?
Sorry.
My point was actually about the request for this student, purpose-built student housing, because I'm just wondering, these housing provided for students by private providers are very expensive, they're quite exclusive, they're not accessible to vulnerable people on low income. So my concern would be, yes, we need housing for young people, but not necessarily provided by a private housing provider who's going to make profit and charge how many £1,000s a month. Actually, that's not what we need. What we need is the vulnerable young people, perhaps in FE, who can't continue to live at home. And I don't know if including the kind of student housing that this gentleman is talking about is actually the benefit of our people in the yeah. I'm just a bit concerned about that.
I mean, the London Times actually talk about affordable housing, proportionally affordable housing. So, in terms of the housing assessment, to my mind, it hasn't actually set out clearly what the need for, potential need for student housing is. Whether that makes any difference or not is a moot point, but it's clear that the numbers of people using, I'm just going to, as I'm going to leave it at that. I consider that the housing assessment at the moment hasn't properly assessed student accommodation. But the implications of that are something that needs to refer when we come down to the actual housing policy. But if you can come back to that when we've gone through all the categories, because clearly there is a shortage of any type. I mean, there's it's the old sort of what's it? Lots of things, whatever demand, everybody wants somewhere to live, and that's your job, is to find how to balance most effectively and balance all those issues. So, so you wanted to come in, but only just do it very briefly, please.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Very briefly, my calculations means are actually backed up by a second independent study which accompanied the recent planning consent for care home in the borough as well. Sorry. My calculations are actually backed up by one of my fellow competitors, which accompanied a planning application recently undertaken, recently granted in the borough, which is undertaken by part of it, and they came out to a similar figure to mine.
Okay, well, I mean,
Thank you.
thank you. We're still ploughing our way through this borough. Okay. Right, households with specific needs, you've looked at hostel-like accommodation. And this is where and you talk about reablement, vulnerable young people and socially excluded groups, rough sleepers, service personnel, care leavers. But you have actually covered all of these categories. It's a question of how you actually, what you actually do with that data. Mr. Berkeley?
Yeah, I noticed through the homelessness strategy, there is an acknowledgement that there is no move-on accommodation for people who are currently housed in supported hostels for rough sleepers in particular. That's been the situation in this borough for a very, very long time. There's no indication anything's going to change. I just wondered if there's a commitment to build units within the borough for move-on specific accommodation for rough sleepers, because it's going up year on year, and it's silting up supported accommodation, which means that people who can be supported to move to independent or semi-independent can't move out of the baseline product that they move into, which is the hostels or first spaces. I know this because I've worked in homelessness for 30 years, so I understand the milieu, and I used to run the rough sleepers team for this borough. This is a long-standing problem. It's also not an easy commitment to make. I accept that, but the contribution to the clearinghouse, for example, has all but grown to an absolute stop. So it's really important that we consider a commitment, at least in a number, to provide units to move people on, and not just use the phrase housing first might be a solution, because housing first isn't a solution for a great many people.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. I just want to now ask the council to go back in response to all those topics that we brought forward, and then we can break for tea or coffee, and then we can come back and actually look at the implementation, you know, the so what issues in terms of policy HO5.
I think the council doesn't agree with the estimated figure of 865 that was mentioned earlier. So I've been in touch with the Adult Social Care Department, and they consider...
Sorry, can you be clear which element we're talking about?
We're talking about the care home, particularly the nursing care home need. The figure of 865 places were mentioned, and these are people paying for their home care. So the adult social care team consider that they have a fairly accurate data on the number of self-funders receiving care in the local care homes, and it's not in line with the 865 places required. They also pointed me to the recently completed Loveday care home scheme, which is on Kensington Square. So that it's still not full, and that it's taking quite a long time for them to build up occupancy. I think it's been running for about a year now, if I'm correct on that. And on that basis, they consider that there is spare capacity in the borough at present. So that's both at Ellesmere House as well, which is in Chelsea, and then the Loveday, which is, as I mentioned, in Kensington Square. So in terms of the local housing needs assessment, yes, it's correct that we have considered the GLA's commissioned research, which is from 2017. So yes, that's 6 years old, but it's not that old that the figures have changed so dramatically so as to be 865 for this borough at the moment. So also, I suppose whether or not, you know, what the need figure is, the policy supports the provision of care homes in the borough, and we have assessed schemes in the borough recently. Care homes have been granted permission so that they are supported, and also we have been using the London Plan policy, which was pointed out earlier by Mr. Stevens. So that policy is used by the borough in assessing those planning applications.
Okay, but in terms of over the plan period, obviously you're talking about a plan that's going to go up to 2043. You're talking, you may have capacity now, but what, in 20, you know, in 10 years' time, are you confident that you can?
So I think we have the existing care homes in the borough that we have, so the capacity is also from the units that become, or bedrooms that become available in the existing schemes. But yes, I think, you know, looking forward 20 years, there may be, well, there is clearly a need. I think we all accept that we have an aging population in the borough. But I think there are various factors at play. Some of the people in need, I think they prefer actually to move out of the borough as well. So that's again something.
Do you have any evidence?
So the evidence really sits with our adult social care department. I don't have that evidence to hand, and this is kind of evidence that I have from them, in conversation with them and in correspondence with them, but I don't have that in a published document to hand.
So we've dealt with care and capacity. We put your response. Can I want to come back on Mr. Stevens' concern of the age 55 plus, if you want a care home, but still want somewhere to live? Could you respond to his concerns, please?
I think our policies cater for that. So in formulating policies, we've been mindful that.
So I'm not asking about the policies, I'm asking about whether you assessed it. I asked whether she assessed housing needs for those who are, is it age 55 plus, isn't it, basically? You're talking about McCarthy and Stone type. You're not?
Yeah, crudely. And I think the assessment was done by the London Plan, which is 85 dwellings around as a benchmark, not a target, just as a indicator. But yes, in essence, it's the McCarthy Stone type thing from care.
So we have done an assessment of extra care housing in which 55-year or plus they are eligible to live in care homes. But
it wasn't extra care house, I was just talking about.
Sorry, extra.
We're just talking about retirement house. People like me who are old, but somehow want to live with lots of other old people. That's what we're after.
So we've looked at sheltered housing, but no, I don't think that's specific. What we have considered is that people like to live in their own homes for as long as possible as well, and that's why we've got those optional standards for access built into our policies as well, to enable people to be able to live in their homes for as long as possible. And the greatest need that has been identified in the local housing needs assessment for older people's housing is for sheltered housing in the borough.
Okay, thank you. Can you now go on to the issue about student housing? Can we just do it in rounds? I think that's easiest for me. We just do it in. So I'm going to ask Robert to talk about student housing, and then I'll ask some people's input, and then I'll come in.
I think in terms of student housing, the local housing needs assessment has concluded that we didn't have a need. and that was based on, well, the responses that we received from Imperial at the time the initial report was written. Well, it was the final report, but then we produced an addendum where we considered the further response from Imperial with the 1,500 bed space need identified, which, as I said, could be halved if they didn't say that we want to lose our existing 700 room accommodation. I also don't accept that, yes, that's an older housing stock, the 700 bedrooms, but clearly Imperial could upgrade that stock and make them fit for purpose. So if it is indeed below standard, it could clearly be upgraded. Imperial are also a big landowner in the borough. I think conversations that we've had with them, that's what we have also discussed with them, that clearly if they were to bring forward a purpose-built student accommodation scheme on land that they own, the borough would be supportive of that. So they haven't identified a site on their own land, and neither have they identified, or they could have liaised with other landowners, big landowners in the borough, and identified a suitable location. So again, that's not something that has happened.
I was just going to add, Imperial do have a very large campus that they developed just over White City, which was purpose-built for students. The land was available to do that. They've expanded considerably over the last few years. We very much support a underpass that will go through from Latimer Road to link to the borough, and we're still pursuing that with Imperial and London Borough, Hammersmith and Fulham. But that's where their purpose-built campus has been developed, and that's where the land is available to do so.
Thank you. And lastly, in terms of hostels and is there anything you want to cover from?
No, I think we are content with how the policy has been worded on that. I think the point about affordable extra care or affordable housing for older people has also been raised, and clearly the policy caters for that.
So I'm just talking about figures at the minute. I'm not talking about. I'm gonna have to have coffee before we talk about the policy. So don't worry, I'm just talking about figures at the minute.
Yes, yeah, we're happy with that.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Others wanted to come in on. I stopped Mr. Clark speaking. So he wants to speak in a lot.
Yes, I have to say I'm speaking from personal experience in my own area, where a college closed, student hall residents, and at the time the council didn't have a policy for securing affordable housing from housing by any other name, although it was sometimes called extra care housing, but it wasn't really producing very much care. It was just luxury housing. And, we have cinemas, libraries, swimming pools, everything. And it's no different than luxury blocks of flats. I went to one yesterday on Warwick Road, which I've never seen such a luxurious place. I mean, it's laid out, white corridors for good reasons, but very high cost. I mean, the one that was going to be produced to me was the sale model didn't work, which was going to be about 3 million to purchase, or £156,000 a year per year for a 2-bedroom flat. We're not talking about poor people. We're talking about well-off people buying luxury housing. And we need to distinguish between that, I think people on my right here are talking about people who really need care, as opposed to who are buying a luxury product. And this policy doesn't actually make the distinction. Now, the previous plan, made very clear that such schemes be required to provide affordable housing.
Okay, as I say, I'm
And
gonna,
London Plan does the same.
yeah, the London plan does
And
do the
that's
same.
not what this policy does.
Yeah, so I'd like just to finish on the actual numbers and run through the very simple numbers.
Thank you. Just to be clear, the 865 places that I've calculated is the number of people in that age bracket, 65 plus, who do require mental care. So it's not just self-funded people at all. And the actual funding for care homes usually comes from three places. Either it's self-pay, it's NHS, you've got a continuing or ongoing health requirement, and also local authority as well.
And as care can't be at home.
That's the care can't be at home. But I can't find anywhere where RBKC have done their own calculations to sort of demonstrate how they've got to their figures. So if that could be shared, it'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to break now for till 4 o'clock. So we'll close till 4. If you want to share, we'll just continue to tell us the copyright, I'm sure it'll be breaking. But anyway, we'll return at 4 o'clock and we'll look at the actual wording of the policies, the actual implementation.
I'd rather see how people vulnerable might well be students that can't afford, you know.
I'm the only now.
Yeah, well, we are.
What is that?
I think that's just
That's really green.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Previously,
but then that will be split up.
Maybe I should. No, but that's not, you know.
The previous space, there were listed on multiple lists about.
It's kind of balance.
So some of these people are probably on.
If I'm the council, then I got two lists. One is previous one, fully developed, and one's new one, yet to be.
One's accurate, one's inaccurate.
The previous and the accurate.
We know exactly because it
And then the other
didn't really establish.
any other
It established who was like, I don't do this.
housing associations,
I
say
don't
this
know.
says. But then going there, say, we need to scope design us to live in during.
We're great. So we have something just quite meet the financial viability. But we've spoken and recognise clearly serious weakness on this straight away.
Perhaps I
We're not discussion negotiation.
or discussion.
But to do what's down to this. Well, so I'm still, so you represent,
We did try.
There's no,
Yeah, no, I
so
think
you can have, you back.
Yeah, and just
Okay. So you're just, really, so that's, that's not here, that's, bar, is that the bar? That's really intriguing, it's a whole organisation, somebody's mentioning use of work. One of our people. So just basically on this.
So if you see
Although actually the only people that's there Marks. Actually, we had a lot of old. P41. Yes, we had. It was literally current members and previous members. We had so many previous members. Yeah, it was crazy. It was people I recognised. Our website's really outdated, and there was people I recognised. Yeah. So yeah. And we had
Demonstrate these things. Talk people through. They're kind of taking that. The ladies back there, it's just
definitely.
So unexpected speed. Is that the last?
Yeah, I've got to.
Yeah, and then expect straight.
Back to work tomorrow.
We'll see what happens by this point. We'll see what happens.
Exactly.
But what's that got to do with?
Yeah, it's been.
Oh, nothing, but it's just a generic observation of making.
Oh, okay. We'll see how it all comes out. But anything, give us a very happy about the legal.
Because I do work with, I'm representing and remind me of things.
Oh, well, yes, it's very well, it's done. We're happy to.
Bye.
Bye.
Music.
Basically, I think what we're saying, if I was, I don't know where about, and I wanted to do this build, that is exactly the thing, because a group of 50 residents make this building, accommodation for themselves, and there's no consideration. Whereas Norman around it has had the money to say, oh, we haven't put money up front. You plan it, aggregate together, I guess, to get the money to build it. And then managing it for you.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's how Are you off? Yeah. Back tomorrow for a bit. Maybe I'm good. Glad one's over there. One thing less. Yes, exactly.
And I think what they're saying is just talk to the council.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Possible was this work, the inspector erred when she was giving our definition of custom building, it's not about individual legislation. It can be associated on work.
They're still recording, by the way.
It's fine. Undertaking a working for association, building turnkey accommodation. I think that's what the guidance said, and that's how the government intent was legislation to be interpreted. So I think all this work, the inspector erred.
You didn't say that she wrote. I mean, it's absolutely comment, because it's still filmed.
Do you want to come outside? Yeah.
We do I'm doing quite excited with it. But I'm not having another cup of coffee. It's like, what about getting up at 3 or 4 in the morning? How's it?
See you tomorrow. Take care.
Zoe.
Yeah.
Zoe, I didn't mean to ignore you later on, but Shilu had me deep in conversation.
Oh no, don't worry about it. No, that's fine. Chris, I've just emailed Reva because she thought there was a meeting in here tonight. Is there an easy way to find out? Do you have like a calendar or anything on your?
I can go and speak to her.
Oh, right. Well,
What did she say?
No, I asked her this morning and she said she thought there might be a meeting here. She was going to check. She didn't let me know, so I've just.
Have you just emailed?
Yeah, I've just emailed her. She's still there, but she's.
Oh yeah. She's brilliant.
Yeah, she is.
I suspect if she thought there probably was, and there probably is.
Yeah.
I
I think we've got to finish at 5.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we've got to be able to do it.
Oh, okay.
If it was a meeting, we can just try to get confirmation. Yeah.
Go and get the council.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, well, it'll be in terms of what she does. Okay. Okay, it's 4 o'clock, so I'm gonna see how I can answer those times. I'll come back if anyone's watching this on YouTube. What I'm going to be doing is looking at the implementation of the policy. Sorry, I understand we've got to be out here by 4, by 5. The list is probably got quite long actually. Okay, it's a question of having, I think once our opinion is demonstrated, clearly there's a lot of conflicting needs for different forms of housing accommodation, especially the extent to which putting an actual target on that need is a moot point. Something that I need to consider in terms of, especially as older person's housing, because clearly that gives you, if you've got X thousand people who need older person's accommodation, and then it's a big framework talks about it being a critical need or something, it sort of tilts the balance slightly. But it's really a question of whether it's appropriate. Sorry, I haven't got my microphone on. You must tell me if I haven't got my microphone on. Whether it's appropriate to say that some forms of housing are more worthy than other forms of housing, because this is really what is the question that the council has to juggle with. And clearly you've got educational establishments who have a need for people who are rich overseas postgraduates to have somewhere to live. I mean, why should they be precluded from coming to London? You know, there's that argument. There's the argument about older people, whether they want to find accommodation, they've got the care needs. There's all these competing requirements, and there's Mr. Batty's issue relating to bringing people from hostels, you know, from the first point of call off the street to somewhere else. So there are all these sort of competing requirements. So so the question for me is, do your policies actually provide a hook to enable these competing uses to be achieved? And I suppose the other issue is, without any form of allocation, is there ever going to be any chance that anything will come forward other than the most high value development?
I think you need to distinguish between market demand, which I think this is where Mr. Stephens and I recognise a segment of the market which seems to be quite well met, because it can outbid others, even outbids others by pretending to be more than just housing. And those which are genuine societal needs, which we seem to have lost a lot of care home places. The private provision side is actually self-funded luxury care home. If that doesn't seem like a contradiction. The facility that Preeti mentioned in Kensington Square is in the region of £5,000 a week. You get very nice meals, it's very expensive. And they've got plenty of places left there. Not surprising. But that outbids other types of housing, particularly if they don't have affordable provision.
Okay. So, but the question is whether the policy as written actually is able to achieve what is required, and and as I mentioned, in the absence of actually identifying any allocations, whether it would be able to achieve what is required. Can I have input from the Lady Welcome Trust?
Thank you. Zoe Smythe, representing the Wellcome Trust. I wanted to make some points on the student housing, if that's okay.
Yeah. We'll start off with student housing, and then it can be our
Thanks.
point of interest for a minute.
So, listening to the points made earlier, particularly by Mr. Kumar, Wellcome holds a lot of older properties, as I've already mentioned, and one of those is actually a current student accommodation called Evening Gardens, which Wellcome own the freehold to and is leased to Imperial. This has sat vacant for nearly 5 years because Imperial simply can't find the demand because the existing buildings are such poor quality. The upgrades needed won't necessarily even meet future requirements in terms of fire regulations and building regulations for student accommodation. So we're hoping that the council and the inspector will consider some amendments to the policy, particularly policy H06 criterion C, which currently protects, as worded, currently protects existing accommodation unless changes to another form such as at HMOs. But that should be amended to allow change to other uses, given that even with upgrades and sustainability upgrades and building regs, they might not even be able to meet HMO standards. So it's allowing the existing student stock to be lost, but to allow that to free up stock for other housing or other types of housing products.
So, in terms of student housing, the council has got an obligation to take a positive approach, and the framework makes it clear that you take an approach to most developments. At the moment, I'm not sure that the policy as written takes a positive approach to student accommodation. Got that look on your face again.
It's all right.
Yeah. So if you were to do a criteria-based policy, which would set out when student accommodation would be acceptable, and taking into account the issue of affordability as per the London plan, and in terms of protecting some criteria, amendment to the criteria, so it's protecting existing housing stock. I've got some caveat in relation to where it remains viable or, of an appropriate standard or something. There must be some way that you can have development control response to that. That would seem to me, and you're not identifying the site, you're accepting that there is a need for student accommodation in the borough, but you're not saying, I'm going to just convert this particular site to student accommodation and just wipe out some value for somebody else, or, it just makes it seem to be the most appropriate. What's the council's response?
Yeah, I think we should.
Main modification.
Yes, we would be happy to make that kind of modification. Although I think where H06C, in terms of protecting existing student accommodation, I don't think we would wish to include some caveats around that, because I think the case mentioned is quite specific. So that kind of case can be made in a planning application, because each case is assessed on its own merits. So I don't think we want to be stating upfront that, well, there can be these exceptions to the policy. But otherwise, I think we're happy to do a criteria-based policy to assess a planning application for purpose-built student accommodation.
Thanks. In relation to criterion C and not being able to amend that, would we not be able to amend that where it's been justified and evidence to demonstrate that it would be unviable to continue that use?
Just to re-emphasise, I think we can't really produce a policy for one particular scenario. I think that is a particular scenario. That's why you've got other material considerations that are weighed up against the policy. And it would only weaken the policy if we were going to put lots of exceptions into it. And I think the policy is there to deal with the main thrust of where the council's coming from on the policy. So there will always be exceptions, and those are my material considerations are always part of a particular merits of a particular scheme that needs to be weighed up against the policy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, kind of was mentioned previously, but we did put forward obviously representations on a site which could be allocated to accommodate student housing. We've had some detailed pre-application discussions with the council on those land use points, which were generally supportive alongside some reprovision of community stroke office space. So there would be an opportunity within the plan to allocate a number of, say, 200 student beds on a site, which would help meet the positively prepared planning requirements set out for the right.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else want to raise anything in terms of student housing?
I agree with the council position.
It's not a popular vote, but thank you.
If you want to,
Yeah, thank you.
based on what I've experienced.
Yes, thank you very much.
I can see
I
this.
was only teasing you there.
I know.
Lady from Health Association.
Can I briefly just ask, it says such as HMOs, what other types would you consider?
I mean, to be honest, I think they use the word such as that phrasing. If the council isn't wanting to have any sort of if you don't want to say we're going to protect it unless X, Y, or Z, I think you should just say we're going to protect it, and then that makes it easier in terms, it makes it less ambiguous, because it would imply that you might think, oh, it has been HMO, rather than just saying we're going to protect it, and then you have to come forward with some material consideration why it's no longer appropriate for student accommodation. Yeah, because I don't see why you put unless for HMOs.
It says low cost shared living accommodation, which seems quite acceptable.
That's right. The intention was that that it remains in a shared, low-cost shared accommodation. HMO has been provided as an example. We don't need to provide an example, but I think it's important to signal that we protect it. But it may be possible to do other types of low-cost shared living accommodation for which also there is a need in the borough.
Clearly, that would have to be meet on the fire regulations, etc. So I think that's where perhaps exceptional circumstances may come in that it may not be viable to have all those modern standards just to have low cost accommodation. But I think that's your point, really, isn't it? Yeah. So it's a question of just getting rid of such as HMO. I haven't been going through all these policies in such forensic detail. You'd be pleased to put off lightly announcement. Okay, so student housing, if you rephrase it as a positive policy, that would be a potential. In in terms of housing for older people, the issue seems to be it needs to set out that there's a need for older person housing, I would suggest, and it is to be achieved by X, Y, and Z, you know, just a criteria-based policy. Which you, because you quite often start off, you know, you support it, and then you support it, and then you want to say how you support it in criteria-based, really, don't you? I think that's the most appropriate way of doing it. The issue of differentiating the various elements of the person's housing. My reading of the room is that it seems that it's not, it doesn't seem to be differentiated to such an extent to make it easy as a control exercise or a member of the public to already even developed to come forward and be clear what they need to do. That may require some amendments to make it more explicit.
So I think there is an amendment that we would like to table, which is to criteria C, where the intention was to, that with the exception of care homes, all the other types of older people housing that are mentioned there would require community housing. So that's not positively worded. So instead it should delete with the exception of care homes and just say extra care, sheltered housing, etc. must provide on-site community housing as per the requirements of policy HO3. And then we can have some further wording to say that care homes are exempt from that criteria, which is what the London Plan does. Paragraph 3.62 then explains very clearly the requirement to provide extra care housing does not apply to care homes. And that the characteristics of care homes are set out in some detail in the London Plan, which I think Mr. Stevens was pointing out earlier.
Well, I would have thought, as it's clear in the London Plan policy, that care homes are excluded from the need for affordable housing because they're not in Class C through, then it's actually helpful to have that within the actual policy. I don't think we dispute the fact that there's a difference between these different types of product. I think what we're disputing is that there hasn't been a proper assessment of any need for one type of that product. And that's shown in the local housing needs assessment where it says no local study has been done on care home accommodation.
I think it might be appropriate, I mean, I would probably be suggesting that the main modification comes in and says there is a defined need for these, for all the areas of specialist housing, and the need to be undertaken through, I mean, depending on obviously what different applications required, but these are to be considered through criteria-based policy. And yeah, obviously if there's an application, it might be separate. I think it's important to make it explicit that there is a need. I mean, that's the important thing, is because hence when you come to any application, you can say yes, there is a need. And it again would be it'd end up being your decision as to whether you balance that need for that particular type of housing for the other forms of housing, which of course you have housing needs for.
I think the policy is really one of draft thing, because it reads like a string which includes all those things, rather than as distinct from care homes, the other ones attract is required to provide affordable housing. I think if it's written that way and with clarity, support it.
It's just a similar point that there seems to be in the housing need assessment and muddling of some of the terms, and I appreciate that some of them are new, some of them are old, but there is a very clear land use and use class distinction between care and extra care, which is a C3 product. I think something in the supporting text that is explicit, that allows people that don't know that to then interpret the policy would be helpful.
Agreed. In that respect, so it's just making it more explicit. It's clearer because it's a bit of a quagmire, isn't it? To be honest, the whole, you know, when it's something C3, when it's C2. I mean, that's up to the local authority to determine, etc. But it becomes much more complex. Do you have your?
No, sorry, I was moving us on. It's my mistake. Sorry.
Mr. Stevens.
Thank you. This is a notoriously difficult area because of definitions. And the London Plan, page 13, isn't an easy read, but it is trying to make the distinction that these representatives are trying to make, and crudely the distinctions between what people sometimes refer to as care home accommodation and the other is kind of retirement housing. And you do have to assess the need for both separately. I'm just making the case that I think the Mayor of London has done that assessment in terms of specialist older persons housing, retirement housing type products. I would just like to see that referred to, the London Plan policy aim to refer to in A1. That does attract affordable housing, whereas care home accommodation isn't part of affordable housing.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to get out of affordable housing to part of
Mr. Stevens, if you followed this right from the beginning, you'd know right at the beginning, sorry, you turn your microphone on, that we actually said that all the policies need to be cross-referenced to the local plan, to the London plan, just to. Sorry.
It's just a helpful observation when it comes to clarity. In the industry, we tend to refer, when we're talking about care homes, as numbers of beds, for senior living, retirement living, numbers of units. And that's quite an easy definition. If that could be incorporated, that might give some help.
That's another definition.
Yeah, but yeah, the old front door thing doesn't necessarily want to be decisions that are isn't the be all and end all. Okay, so that's another change, I'm afraid. Are you clear what you anything else to do?
So including the use class in the supporting text.
Yeah.
I think we have to be quite careful with that because this was an issue in terms of the saying, you know, extra care. There was that whole issue whether it was C2 or C3, so I think at one point we did say whatever the use class, extra care housing needs to provide affordable housing in effect. So it shouldn't be based on use class, but I think we are happy to acknowledge that care homes are generally class C2, they are class C2.
Thank you. Can we then move on to Mr. Batty? And his issue relating to hostels.
Yeah,
And whether there is a policy that appropriately gives the ability for those types of developments to come forward and give some support. I mean, obviously it's not just hostels, it's a wide range of hostels and it links to the WMS that I referred to at the beginning as well.
I think we're against the idea of what you're suggesting. I suppose my slight concern is that we would need to speak to our housing colleagues about what they think is the most appropriate form of accommodation for rough sleepers. So I hear what you say. I'm just wondering whether we need to go away and have that conversation because as I've said, it's at the moment, as I've said, I don't think we're against that, but I think I would like to go away and speak to housing colleagues about the best way accommodating that and bringing that forward, because clearly they're the professionals I'm not saying you're not, Mr. Patrick, of course, but I think we need to have that conversation. So I'm just at this stage just flagging that up. That I think we would like to go away.
Well, I just say whilst I accept.
Sorry, Mr. Batty. Yeah, sorry. Can I just, and then if I'll ask, give you Toblerone discipline. You see, that's what we're after. In terms of, there isn't the issue that there isn't a policy about, unless there isn't a policy about other forms of hospitals or any form of development like that. How about this?
No, there isn't. Well, there is the one about resist the loss of residential hostels, except they go to another form of affordable housing.
I would have thought it'd be appropriate to have a positive.
Yes, so I'm not saying that it's not appropriate. I'm just saying how that's worded, but maybe we can go away and.
But I don't think it necessarily needs to be purely. I don't think you say we're going to have a hostel for people who were rough sleepers, or we're going to have a hostel for people who have got believe in domestic violence, etc. It's a question of ensuring that there is a policy that gives clear criteria based to give support, so that you don't have a lot of angry people saying we don't want it anywhere near us, and you find there's nowhere at all.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, maybe I'm being a bit too cautious. I'm not against it. It was just how we might word it, but we can go away and do that.
I would just say that there is a policy which is called a homelessness and rough sleeping reduction strategy, which was set out by RBKC for the last 5. It finishes next year, so it's a 5-year period. I'm sure there's one due. But in that, it said 45% of people who are in current hostels in the borough are not able to move on within their allotted time period of 2 years, which was actually set up by DLUC. Actually, it was ODPM back in the day. This is something that has been long-standing. Those 45% of people can't move on anywhere within the borough, and that's acknowledged in that paper. And this has been known now for 4 years, 5 years nearly. So the question is, why has that not been acknowledged now, that we need to have more units for people to move away from the hostels, not to stay in the hostels? Because the latest figures for RBKC is that rough sleeping has gone up in the borough merely by 3%, but it's still gone up, and that those people need to access the available hostel space in the borough now, but they can't because people can't be moved out of the hostels when they're ready. That's the problem. So what I'm suggesting, that there's an acknowledgement that there needs to be units either identified or purpose-built that enable people to move out. We had this previously, as you know, Pretty, when at Princess Beatrice House, which was around the corner from here, had move-on accommodation. All that was closed down and taken away from rough sleepers. So now we've got a silting up position that was owned by Look Ahead Housing. So this is a long-standing issue that needs to be resolved, and with numbers going up on the streets, it'll lead to people staying out. And I'm just saying we need to find a way to get those who are ready to move out, because study after study after study shows that if people stay in longer than the 2-year period, they actually backslide on issues like mental health, physical health, drug and alcohol use, and that just creates a bigger problem for the local economy.
I think there's something that could perhaps be supported text in the document itself. I think it'd be very difficult to have a specific policy for that. Otherwise, you'd end up having a specific policy for absolutely everything, which and then a local plan is, should be. I mean, as you said, there's a council strategy, and the council strategy should be the thing that's implementing it. But the plan should provide the framework in which it can be actually achieved, or it shouldn't be a barrier for achieving it. I think that's fundamental, and that's why you need a policy which isn't a barrier towards those kind of things coming forward. Okay, cheers. Thank you very much. I think I've missed something. That's the end of this afternoon's session. Thank you very much for everyone's contribution, it's been very, very helpful. The council's, one of the council's colleagues will come forward and do a whole list of action points. Do you want a 5-minute break just to put them together, or are you okay?
Yeah, I think I'm okay.
Okay.
Not all of them today, whether we, for just this afternoon.
No, the whole day, please.
Let me give you 5 minutes to make sure we're happy.
Okay, so we'll just have 5 minutes, I'll adjourn for 5 minutes. If you just want to leave, you're more than welcome. That will come 25 to 5.
So,
Yeah, we know that.
No.
Thank you.
Of course.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I'd like to get details and I'll pass them on to my house. Yeah, do you want to like call them, please?
Yeah. What do you think of this? What would be a we discuss tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
We use 1.8 that reduces that value.
Okay, no worries.
What are you doing to sort of round up? You know the laws discussed today. Yeah, about 2 minutes.
But they write it down and then.
So far, we haven't had any.
No, that's because at the end of the week.
So many councils set out to do, and then eventually see what they propose.
That something has come back from last week ago from, there's a date line on it all.
If you look at the examination, it's, I think you know, it's fine.
It's a lot.
Thank you.
We didn't discuss like allocations or anything coming out of this, is that?
Well, that's because
That's
it's an
just to be
immediate site,
determined.
isn't it? Yeah, it's up to me to determine whether, anyway, we can talk.
Yeah, no, I know.
I'll get out.
Yeah.
So include criteria going to make it more precise? What was that? What's HA7 means?
Running against.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll go with it. Is it.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Okay, right, if you just go through this one.
Yeah. So we have this today. Oh yeah.
Sorry, I just got what to say. Just going to resume the hearing session with the round of the action points.
So starting with the Gypsum Travellers, an action point, the council will say will seek to accommodate 9 additional pitches as per the London plan. In the Pan London approach in the new survey expected in the autumn or maybe early 2024 actually in reality. This will be a requirement across this borough and what would we be discussing this with Dr. Ruston. HO8A, which is the Gypsum Travellers policy, turn this to a policy rather than a statement of intent, include identified need for pitches as they come forward, or as the identified need comes forward. The policy to include criteria to be used to assess application. Amendment criteria 3, remove reference to safety of the occupiers of adjoining land. And delete criteria 5, which is unnecessary, that was all about 5-year housing supply, the council to publish the...
Sorry, just a minute, with the Gypsum Traveller policy, you were also going to make it explicit that it wasn't just everyone, it wasn't excluding people who didn't meet the PT SS.
Okay, so including those in bricks and mortar?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, including people who aren't travelling.
Yeah. 5-year housing supply, an action point, the council to publish a written position from the GLA, once we get it, to confirm that the council can add current shortfall to beyond 28-29, and to be, as soon as we have that, to publish it online and to give it to you. Another action point, to look at the figures if the plan was adopted next year, so that'd be 24-25 as a start date for the first 5 years. In terms of estate renewal, make it clear that the reference to neighbour means the renewed estate, not the wider area. So it's about serving the people on the estate. Removing the criteria concerned cross subsidy on the estate. Add more supporting text to explain criteria B, which talks about the compelling case for redevelopment, including the word exceptional. That criteria. It shows 7F, the action point, rework to make it clear that we need to increase the quality where possible of the environment, and as part of that, add criteria possibly to consider the environment, the community space of the estate. So roll that into a single criteria to make sure we are addressing quality as well as just quantity of
Yes, respectful housing really detrimentally.
And then we want to add clarification about HO7 to make it, rather than renaming the policy, to make it clear in the RJ, the supporting text, to make it abundantly clear that the policy relates to non-council applicants.
No, that got changed.
I thought that was just in the
Excuse me, it ended up being that that was reappraised on the basis that it shouldn't be just HO7. It is to protect all estate housing. It's a principle for non-council housing estate renewal, but it's also the principles by which council-owned estates retain their sort of visual quality and amenity.
HO24, we had a criteria referring to supporting community-led housing.
Yeah.
Student housing, will there be a new criteria-based policy? It needs a more positive approach to dealing with student accommodation. So the criteria-based policy will be set out where student accommodation will be acceptable, and the things it might be including are the need to include affordable student accommodation where necessary, the need to protect existing housing stock, to protect the loss to other forms of lower cost.
I don't think anything about protecting existing housing stock, I'm talking about protecting existing student accommodation. That's what we said.
Exactly.
I think it was just deleting reference to HMOs.
Yes.
That was it, yeah.
So for housing for older people, we need to explain that there's a defined need for all forms of elderly accommodation for older people, and then set out a criteria-based policy as how we would achieve this. So the policy needs to be explicit, so it can be used for our DM colleagues to make it explicit. And in the RJ, we want to explain the different forms of housing for older people, so we're using definitions, making it very, very clear to talking about, we know what we're talking about. In HO5, to be explicit, that we support new hostels as well as support retention existing. Yeah.
I think there's an important one, which is HO5C, where we wanted to be very clear that there's a requirement for community housing for extra care and other forms, but not for care homes.
Yeah. And the general thing was that in terms of saying that there was a need, there's a sort of a need for all these forms of housing. I think that's, we said that there was you need to put that in supporting text, just to make it explicit, that it's not just kind of random requirement, you actually need it. Yeah. Mr. Martin?
Sorry, I wasn't specifically talking about hostels, I was talking about move-on accommodation.
Well, I think correct me if I'm wrong, I thought there were two issues. One of them was about, we explicitly wanted to support move-on accommodation, which would probably be in the supporting text with reference to the council strategy, probably. And the other thought, I may have misunderstood, was talking about the policy supports new hostels. There was some concern that there was nothing in there about supporting the provision of additional. But I may have misunderstood.
Because we don't remember we said that we couldn't necessarily legislate for every form. Yeah. Thank you.
And that's a wrap.
Okay. Obviously, I've still got to think about the allocation issues, etc. You know, so as I've also said in the past that I put it on my big writing on the action points that were done from a couple of weeks ago. That none of this sort of binds me in any way. You know, I'm sort of very slippery in that respect. You know, I can, you know, if I think that addition, you know, when I go home, I think, oh my goodness, yeah, we need to do more on this or that or whatever. It's still the ability for me to consider that. This is just an indication of potential changes. Thank you very much, everybody, for attending. I'm glad you're all able to come up with the excitement. Okay, so I'm going to close now, and I think we need to scoot quite quickly. So, thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
No, I just wondered if we put the folder in the back on.
No, you've got to take everything today.
It is a good thing.
Sorry?
Meetings.
I haven't a clue what the thing is.
Not the answer I want.
Sorry about that.
So,